you hear us, Stephen?
Yep, all good.
Stephen, did you want me to chair here today, or are you happy to do it on the screen?
No, if you can cheer there. I'm back home, but I've got my 3 screens, so a bit more comfortable. But if you can do that, better for you to chair if you're in the room there, Kit. Thanks.
Okay, all right. Well, good morning, welcome everyone. You've got a split panel today. The weather in Taranaki has made it quite difficult for travel arrangements, but that's what we love about Taranaki. So on the screen you have Stephen Dutch. He's actually the formal chair of the panel, but because he's not in person, he's asked me to chair it. My name's Kit Littlejohn, former resident of New Plymouth. I grew up here, but have been based in Auckland as a planning lawyer for probably the last 20 years with my family up there. Really enjoying being back down here and looking at my hometown through a different lens and helping with the district plan review. The other commissioner to my right is David McMahon. I'll let him introduce himself.
Thank you, Kit. David McMahon, planning practitioner based in Wellington these days. Not a former resident of New Plymouth, but learning heaps about the district over the last 18 months. I've been doing commissioner work since the early 2000s and really enjoying this process and looking forward to today. Thank you.
Stephen, do you want to say a few words to give yourself a bit of background in the room?
Yes, I'm a planning practitioner as well. I think been doing hearings for about as long as David, and based in Napier. And yeah, that's me. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Those are our introductions. Before we sort of formally start the hearing for the day, Judy, are you comfortable to give us a little karakia to put us in good spirits? Thanks. Thanks, Julie. The council staff are on the other side of the room there. I'll let them introduce themselves. They're going to be sitting in and listening to everyone today as well.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Edwards, and I'm the District Plan Lead at New Plymouth District Council. I'm covering today for the reporting officer, who is Louise Wise. She's very unwell. She was on Zoom yesterday, but has been up quite a bit of the night, so she's not able to join us today. So I'll do my best to answer any questions that come her way / my way.
Morning, everybody. Campbell Robinson. I'm the reporting officer on the residential rezoning requests, and I've had a little bit to do as well with some of the rural rezoning requests. So looking forward to the session today. Kia ora, my name's Richard Bain, and I've given landscape advice to council with regard to the rural lifestyle side.
Can I just ask everyone to introduce themselves? That might be quite nice. You'll come up eventually, but it's always nice to know who's in the room before we start.
Oh,
All right. Yep, that is right.
I'm Marlene Busby, and this is Hamish. Walker.
Hamish, welcome.
I'm Vaughan McLean from Landon Jackson Surveyors, representing the Second Bush trustees.
Morning.
I'm Angela Bailey, and landowner of 19 Albert.
Welcome.
I'm Jeff Bland, also from Landon Jackson, and here representing Angela.
Kia ora, Catherine Hooper from Lampro, here today on behalf of Carib Investments Limited. Thank you, Carib, from Waikato.
Maureen enough. I'm Doug Vislock. I'm here as part of the Kaitaki Community Board.
Kia ora, I'm Dan, Daniel Moore, and I live on St. Ives Grove, and just trying to make heads and tails of things.
Aren't we all? Yep, there's lots of heads and tails involved here. And Judy's already introduced herself. She's our administrator. Any questions or problems go to Julie. That's what we do. So. Is there any health and safety we need to just remind people of?
Yes, so toilets around to your left. There's a cafeteria upstairs, at the top of the stairs to the right. In the event of an emergency, if the alarm goes, we go out the front door and to the right towards Pukekura Park.
it's an earthquake, you drop cover hold as well as you can, and we'll await further instruction. And just in the open areas, if you could have your masks on.
Great, thanks, Julie. Well, the format we sort of adapted to yesterday, because each of the parties coming, can we also get phones turned off? That'd be great, thanks. How we've approached it is that where a person is scheduled to speak, they'll come up and talk to us. Any material you've already circulated to the council, you can assume we've read, but that doesn't mean you can't take us through and emphasise key points and essentially explain to us why you're here and why you think want to change what has been proposed. We'll then ask you some questions if we've got any, and once that's done, we'll defer to if we've got any questions of council staff about their position on your particular submission. And then once we've interrogated them a little bit, we'll come back to you as the submitter and allow you just to maybe comment on anything you've heard in the meantime, just to sort of finish off and sum up. And ultimately, the council staff will go away and prepare a review or a revision or an update to their reporting, which we call a right of reply, where they'll comment on what you've said to them today and any other matters that have arisen. And it may be that the position they adopted in their 42A report changes because of what they hear today. So that's the point of the process, is for us to know what council's sort of starting reaction to submissions are. We then get to hear from the submitters and talk to the council about that, and then ultimately the council will come to a different view potentially at the end of the process. So without further ado, unless anyone's got any other questions about process, we'll kick off with Mr. Moore. Yes. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Should have said, come to the bench.
Yeah.
Come up to the table.
All right, kia ora again. I'll just get straight to it. You've read the notes that I sent through to you, but I'll just run through them and a little bit of a story, I guess, introducing myself and the land in which I live. Originally, I bought this parcel about 10 years ago, just because it is actually north facing, looking down the valley out to the Hidakawa stream. And there's actually an unmarked stream just on the northern side of our boundary that is the tributary towards the Hidakawa stream. It's a great outlook and really good. And my wife's father is an architect, and he was like, oh, this would be a fantastic spot for a house. So I bought a piece of land off a friend of ours. Then there was a subdivision in process already that he had started that I carried on with, as you can see at 22B St. Ives Grove, which is the little cutout. And we built a house and have now actually sold it. And we are currently in the process of building on the right-hand side of the driveway. And when the rezoning started, I requested for 22A to be rezoned as residential, and got a letter back that I thought confirmed that it was going to be, just like my 17 neighbours. Unfortunately, I misread it, and my driveway was rezoned as residential, but the land was not. So a little bit of confusion there. And I rang up and asked why, and it said that the land was too steep to be rezoned and could not be built on. But we've already built a house there. We're in the current process of building a house on the right. So clearly it's not too steep to build on. And with the house on the right, I did have 2 cattle that I was grazing and eating one a year and growing the other. Unfortunately, the only place that we could get the home kill guys in to do it was down by the main road. We got a complaint from somebody that they were killing animals on the side of the road, on South Road. So the council rang and said, you can't do that anymore. And I said, okay, what's the issue? And they said, just too close to the main road. So you can see a farm track from the little container on the north eastern side, just by the main road there, that runs along almost the bottom of the river. So we went to reinstate that farm track so we could get to the back of the section, so the Homefield guys would be able to get there and actually do it without being visible from the road. Meanwhile, the Wahi Tapu that was originally on the other side of the valley got shifted to our side. And so I've been for the last 2 years, but longer, going through all the processes with the local iwi, the 5 hapu, to reinstate that track, of which the agreement was also that I would plant 5 metres and the 200 metres long along the northern side of the boundary, protecting that little tributary that you can just see now, the images up there. And so I've lost that part, like 1,000 square metres I now have to plant, which reduces my ability to hold animals. With the track in there, that's 3 metres wide and 200 metres long. So that's another nearly 1,000 metres lost in arable land. And when we were doing that, the council guys, I think it was the RHA, when they were checking, they were like, down the bottom, and they were like, this is a great spot for a house. And I was like, this is not where the house is going. And about 3 different people said that, whereas we're building at the top on where the driveway is, rather than making the track into a driveway. But that got me thinking that would actually be a really nice spot for a house down the bottom in the future. And a friend of ours who's a architect in Wellington said, oh yeah, you could easily infill this, which is what the council wants to do, with infill housing within the boundaries of the New Plymouth, to make it residential and put 2 houses later on closer to the road. And he was saying, I don't understand why the council has not already zoned it as residential, seeing it's surrounded by all the residential houses, and across the road is also now going residential. And I'll just see what else I've got on my notes. Yeah, so future urban growth, as I said, the house relief, so the houses are easily built on, and with all the work that I've had to do, I basically can't run any stock on it anyway. So me, rural, well, to me, understanding of rural means that it is arable land for running stock on. Okay, otherwise I'll just so clarify there, the sort of the notch that's been cut out on the southern side there. Yes. That's zoned residential. That is zoned residential. Okay. Yep. Was that formerly part? What's the address of that? That's 22B. So that was part. Originally, that was one parcel by 3. Okay. And is that generally quite flat and able? Probably get what, two sections there? Is that? No, there's one house on that section. Okay. As far as Google hasn't updated. No, the picture. Oh, yes, there's one. The maps are a little bit out of date. Yep. Lots happened since then. Yeah, so there's one house on that section, which is a 1/4 acre. Okay, that's a 1/4 acre. Yeah. And where are you building your house? Is it just to the right of the concrete? Yes, that's correct. Area? Yep. Okay. And almost exact same location as that one on the left. So, as I understand it, you didn't lodge a primary submission, but you've got a further submission supporting someone else further down the road. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Yeah, and that submission, as I understand it, request. Julie, could you zoom out a little bit? It was effectively to rezone everything from the north of. It goes down a little bit further. Basically, right of the true Hideko stream. Yeah, following the stream from Parareivas Crescent? Byron Place, sorry. So north of Byron Place, all the way up to that, including your portion there. So it's quite a large area. It would essentially extend that residential edge out quite a little bit there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so because I originally requested it and thought it had been
Yeah,
approved
yeah.
with the driveway. I wasn't in time to formally request it. So the only way that I could get heard was by.
Oh, and look, you've done the right thing. Council hasn't taken an issue with that. So the further submission does enable you to come in and support that bit of, get the name. Yes, that's right. Yeah. And I don't think he's actually attending the hearings at all. So but again, there's nothing to stop him doing
No,
it.
but you can see that being surrounded completely in the zoning for.
Yeah.
Kind of makes it a pocket of unusable land as rural production.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the rural, 95% of the district is zoned rural.
Yeah.
It does not follow, though, that 95% of the district is all productive arable land.
Yeah.
Because there's just so much of it. And I mean, it's a valid point to make that it is zoned rural, but you potentially can't use it for rural. But that's not the only reason the land might be zoned rural. It is generally a tool to contain urban expansion to a certain extent. So those are the sorts of issues we sort of grapple with when people come and ask whether they, because they can't actually farm the land, whether they can allow houses to be built on it. And if we just followed that logic, then there'd be a lot of houses everywhere.
Because it's too small a parcel.
Yeah, what is the sign?
2.5 acres, I think.
Can you give it to us in meters? About a hectare?
Yeah.
1 hectare.
But because I'm paying residential rates on it.
Yeah, that's surprising, but
But I only have a trickle feed water.
okay.
And I don't have rubbish collection, and don't have recycling.
Okay. So in an ideal world, how many additional sort of sections do you think the land could support? You know its topography well.
Yep.
You know its aspect. You know its access. It's got a reasonable driveway off from St Ives Grove.
Yeah. So from St Ives Grove, I don't think you could do any more houses than the two that they're built and currently built.
Is that because the driveway's too narrow?
At the top. No, it's just at the top of the land, so it's too steep
Oh, okay. So
to get to the bottom. Whereas they're reinstated track now from the main road. In the future, when that road change occurs, whenever that will be, you could get two more houses between that current 22B section and the main road quite easily, and they'll be north facing with a view down to the sea and basically unable to be built out as far as sunlight and view shafts go.
So from your perspective, you would want existing lot, which is where you're building at the moment, to the right of.
Yep, just what it says
driveway.
22A actually.
Yep. Okay. And do you think there's room for another one to the right?
Down the bottom from that track.
No, I'm talking up the top there.
Yes, yeah, but you'd have to get to it from the bottom.
Oh, okay. So
With the track goes all the way through, you can see it's kind of winding down to that one green tree. It's the only tree.
Oh, I see. So, okay, that's.
Which would actually make it a really nice secluded, larger section. And with the green belt running through that northern boundary and the planting that I know the neighbours want to do around that tributary, would make it really nice.
So you're saying possibly two down the bottom by the state highway and then another one accessible from that same location. back
Yes,
up the
that's
top
right.
here.
So a total of 4. Yes.
And what's you've got a little corner there. Do you actually have a sufficient frontage to the highway?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so currently there's a stock access route.
Okay.
That's where that container is.
All right. And do you know whether the highway is a limited access road along there?
It is currently limited access.
Okay.
The where that car is, you can see at the top of the corner.
Yeah.
It's basically where the change of speed zone is at 50. So we're only 20 meters outside of the current speed zone. so in the future, I believe Ormata is trying to get that speed zone changed because everybody just speeds from there through to Ormata, past the school. Yeah. So it's not, and that's the only section of 100k zone. It goes 300 meters of 100k zone, then back down to 80. And with the rezone changing, I think the around Ormata school is changing, and Perfect Road is changing. They're all dropping in speed.
Just in terms of services, how, at the moment, you said you got a trickle water feed. How do you deal, how are you dealing with sewage on your site?
Oh, so sewage I have access to, so that there is actually sewage.
Connection comes through the driveway?
Yep. It runs for all those houses right across the driveway, and in fact, in the top southeastern side that you just can't see on the map is actually a sewage line running in the land just across the top section, or far right section.
And all of the other services, electricity, telecom, they're all up to the boundary there. So to get services down to those other sections, assuming they were developable, from the main road, you'd have to come from the main road. Yeah. Have you checked to see whether they're available anywhere along there?
No.
Otherwise, you'd have to extend them down through the section, those properties, wouldn't you? Yeah. Right. David, do you have anything you want to?
Yeah, they're really good questions, Kit. That's answered most of mine. Just Mr. Moore, so they haven't misunderstood anything. The cutout area was a subdivision that was in trail and you took over it.
Yes, that's right. Yep.
And when was that?
Around 2011 or 12, maybe 2012.
Okay, so you ended up obviously owning the property.
Yes.
And that's where you're currently building the dwelling. Is that
That is built and sold.
built and sold? Okay. You may not know, and I'll ask the council if you don't. Do you know what the zoning of that cutout area was at the time that the subdivision was processed?
Rural was the same. It was all rural. Yeah.
And so it was cut out from the balance lot that's now.
That's right.
That's okay. And what's that area? What size?
1,034 square meters.
Oh, okay. Quarter acre.
Quarter acre, yeah.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, just catching up. So you no longer own that property. The driveway you're referring to is
There's a nice white concrete
Yes.
driveway, yeah.
and that's owned residential.
Yes.
And the street address of the main property is 422A, is that correct?
22A, yeah.
22A. So it has a, okay, so it is a St. Ives Drive address, not a state highway address.
Correct, it's not. Stephen, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to, and maybe this is a question for staff. Can we zoom out a bit to see the state highway? So that's State Highway 45. South. The limited access road designation may well be a fatal flaw for the concept, in my experience, particularly if this lot's got alternative access. So that require Waka Kotahi to change or provide a new access point. There may well be one there if there's a stock access, but I'd just like to know a little bit more about that if we could find out through the staff.
You can see access just in the bottom left corner now. Yeah, I think that's the access to the house across the road. And there's another access just further on and to, I think it's a chicken farm as well on that main road. So there are a lot of accesses on and off that road that are already there.
Yes, my point really was this Waka Kotahi, the the state highway manager does control access. And there's a process to seek up, or if you don't have a current access license to service residential properties, you'd need to get that from them. And I know they do have a policy that if there are alternative access into a lot, that can sometimes be tricky, but that's just a factor in our weighing up information.
Yeah, I was looking at that as for the future. Like, I'm not looking at doing that in the next 5 years or even probably 10 years.
Okay.
But I would assume that zoning would change within that time anyway.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Yep. Just, I guess now just some final thoughts, some questions from me, Mr. Moore. The land to the north, does that similarly drop down into that gully so that you've actually, to the north of your property that's still zoned rural, because there's another residential edge that sort of finishes over at what is the end of the Bronte Place?
Yeah. Yeah, so they are the owners of that northern section. I didn't realise their house, which is the white one, you can see in the top one, that are zoned.
Yeah, that looks like.
But the land is not.
Well, interestingly, this is one of these curiosities where we've got a part. Judy, if you click on that parcel to the north, the house is a split zone to some extent. The house has been gathered within the general residential zone, but the balance of the land is still in the rural. So, one of the general principles is yes, try and zone along cadastral lines. It doesn't always happen, and we've seen a few of these instances around the district, but that certainly seems to be one of them. What do they do on their land?
They're from Auckland, and they came down and they are running 2 cows that they wanted to have as house cows so they could milk. But I don't think they realised you had to get cows pregnant to start milking. So for the last 4 years,
You don't have a lot of cows in Auckland.
No. So for the last
They
4
keep them off the
years,
streets.
because there's no more fences left other than my boundary and the top boundary, and the cows just wander around. But they do want.
You haven't killed any of them accidentally?
No. I did ask if they wanted to keep them. They look quite tasty.
So is that a holiday home for them, or are they moved down permanently?
No, they've moved down.
Oh, okay.
So they bought that off their cousin's grandfather. I think tried to, So that's how they heard about it.
Yeah. Brain drain to the provinces, makes both of them smarter.
Yeah. Currently, they're not doing anything with the land. That's the short answer, sorry.
No, just to clarify, you planted along your bottom boundary there.
Yes, we're in the process of planting.
Okay. So how often does the water run through that at the bottom of the gully there?
Certainly is running now.
Okay.
But over summer, on our land, it doesn't run through, and there's a
culvert.
You just move. No, there's no culvert at the moment. But if you move the mouse to the right slightly, at the bottom, just left a bit, just there. No, up there. Just point with the arrow. Yep, just there. That's a spring. Yeah, so that's where it runs from all the time.
That's good. Did you have any questions of staff?
I do.
Okay.
I wanted to get some clarification on the best submission, which Mr. Moore's submission is a further submission. Just wanted to be clear in my mind where those, it obviously covers a large area of land.
Yeah.
Is it possible to delineate that?
If you zoom out, I sort of worked out. Zoom out, I thought it went from, this is, yeah, I assumed it was suggesting everything sort of north to fill in. Is that right? Is that what you understood it, Sarah?
So I've got
Yeah.
a submission here, and it says, change the proposed zone to the rural property at 4 Byron Place, as well as the area between Parawira Drive to Hirikawa Stream and State Highway 45. So it's quite wide
Yeah.
scope.
Yes, with all of this.
Thank you. So, so that would include both Mr. Moore's property and property to the north.
Theoretically.
Yes, it would.
And I went to Appendix 3, Sarah, and I appreciate it's not your report, it's wise, and it refers me back to issue 2.
Yes.
For Mr. Moore, and it's fair to say that it's a reasonably generic discussion, isn't it?
It is, it is,
It's high level
it is.
about containment, about the role of the rural production zone.
Correct.
It doesn't necessarily dive into servicing issues
No,
or topography to any great extent.
no, no.
So it's more of a principled position.
It is, it is. But what I will say, and it's pity Louise isn't here, she knows this area very well, but what I will say is council for many years have considered this area and they've come back to it, but there are, and what Louise has highlighted in the report are considered to be constraints to the land. So there are, the state highway is a key consideration through there, and just circling back to answer Commissioner Daish's query before about the state highway, permission is needed from Waka Kotahi for any access off that state highway. That's the first part of it there. There's also from very early studies to do with the growth work from many years ago, even 10 years ago, they looked at the chicken farm in the vicinity as well, but also the topography as well. And more recently, we've looked at the sites of significance to Māori within there as well. So a few things that have been taken into consideration.
Useful to know that my difficulty was that that information wasn't contained in the report. I guess it's now on the record through this question.
Paragraph 115 of the 42A report does go into all of those reasons.
Yeah. Yeah. But we have a copy of the decision that created the cutout subdivision, please. That was, there would have been an undersized rural allotment and dwelling, probably is proved as an ongoing activity.
From my recollection, when we were doing the zone audit work, I think that house was under construction at that time, so which would sort of line up. The subdivision was in 2012, those zone audits were done around about 2016. So I remember observing that house being built. So
Is there, are there, just in terms of natural features, are there any SESMs or SNAs on the site itself?
no, but with that one, I was just go back to my map. It's got a sesame over on that ridge line there, so just at the end there on that house there that comes over it. So we've got that one map, so we know the mapped extent of it.
Yes.
What I would need to do is go back and check if there's an extent beyond that, but from the best of my knowledge, that sesame is recognised within that extent.
Yes, with a defined extent.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. That was all from me.
Even any other questions, Sarah?
Yes, Sarah, I'm interested, like this zoning pattern creates a little island of rural productive surrounded by residential, and I can see the topographical constraints being a key feature. You're down, I can even see that in plan view, that with that stream bed's obviously reasonably steep, but across State Highway 45, there's quite a chunk of land that's zoned residential. Does that have the same topographical constraints as this area? If we could just move the map further north a little bit, would be good. Yeah, so just maybe squeeze it in a bit. Yeah, so the land across the other side of the road, and you look at the zoning pattern, underlain with the aerial photograph, there's quite a big chunk of land in there that only has 1 or 2 houses on it, but it's own residential. Is the topography the same or similar in the area of the north of State Highway 45?
There's a flatter area in it, but it is quite steep as well. There are bits towards that to the edge of where that residential area ends. It gets quite steep there, so it's part of that same sort of topography, that ridge line that's going through there. So it does come down. So that's reasonably steep. In the middle there, it goes into a basin area, and that's reasonably flattish within there. What we've seen in Matadon Street, so that comes off the state highway as you curve round into the urban boundary proper, and you start getting into, you'll see there, Matadon Street has traditionally been in the operative district plan in an industrial area, and over time it has begun to change. So all of that land through there has been rezoned. We've created a new centre through there, as well as mixed use, as well as residential, and it's to actually reflect what has naturally happened over time. Access can be gained off Matadon Street, and then there's some decent driveways and things that go down to those larger kind of rural, large lot residential properties that are going in there. So there's scope for a few more houses in there, but yes, the topography, there are parts of it that are steep and also subject to watercourses and bush and things like that. But it was felt there was more scope within there to get a few more houses within that area.
Okay.
Can I just hold on a second?
Thank you, Sarah. That's the only question I have.
Okay.
Yeah, so certainly visually it looks very similar because it's the same valley and carries on the same way. And I believe that has just changed in zoning, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah.
But just confirm the difference is all of that parcel, I think there's 2 large parcels there. They're accessed off Matadon.
Yes, they are. They can be accessed off Matadon.
So the one directly opposite Mr. Moore's property is a single parcel. That's 246 South Road. Do we know if that's? Can you just click on it across the valley, across the highway? Yeah, that one. Yeah. So that's accessed off Matadon. Do you know?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. You know?
It's accessed off of where that White House is, and South Road is the last access on the right, just before the 100k zone.
Oh, okay. So that actually does have an access off the state highway.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And the block immediately to the right of that, Julie. So that's accessed off Matadon. Okay. All right.
What's the street address of that block?
23 Matadon Street. Yeah. So there is a large block there that potentially has an access onto the state highway. Yeah, okay. NZTA didn't raise any issues with that, I don't.
We haven't had a submission on the best of my knowledge, no.
I suspect that if they do have a limited access entitlement, it's only for one dwelling, so that any future increase in the number of dwellings would either require permission from NZTA or they'd have to find alternate access. Okay, all right, well, that's interesting to know. But I mean, it's an interesting point. So in terms of, I mean, I understood your answer, Sarah, was that this land is sort of at the edge of an increasingly developing urban edge, and it had more potential for some dwellings on it under a residential zoning than the land on the other side. Hence why we've got this sort of incised sort of valley left as rural, almost as an island, I think, as Commissioner Dash referred to it. Okay, Mr. Moore, anything else you want to summarise based on what you've heard? I mean, we understand the nature of the request, and you've given us some good information, and that, we might, with all of the specific properties that we haven't visited yet, we are going to try and make a point to go out and have a look at them all in the flesh. So we'll at some point you may see some strangers at the end of your driveway, or we'll try and pull over on the state highway and have a look.
Oh, yeah, there's definitely room to pull over.
Oh, cool.
So we parked there last Friday night just for a couple of days.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay. Is there anything else you want to add?
No, I don't think so. I think you can see why. Well, my confusion is I thought it had gone change of zone, as did the address straight across the highway when my driveway got rezoned as residential, but my land did not.
Okay. Oh, well, thanks for that. We've got that very clear. Good one. All right. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Hooper, Harab Investments. Time flies when you're having fun. That was 4 minutes. Well, hopefully we'll speed up a little bit so that
This will be really quick.
we don't get too far behind.
So as I said before, Captain Hooper, here representing Harab Investments, Matthew Harab out in Waitara. So the original submission on this one was that Mr. Harab wanted the land rezoned to residential. Since that submission was made, a private plan change has been successful. We've got a copy of the decision there, which has Mr. Dash's autograph at the bottom. And also, I note that Mr. Bain was intimately involved with this one as well,
Okay.
Back in 2020. So I won't go through my evidence, which is in front of you. I've pointed out a few things. So what's happened is we've tried to get the provisions from the operative district plan into the proposed district plan and slot them into a slightly different framework. And I've just pointed out a few things there which are not quite in achieving the same intent as the original plan change. So there's a few activities that drop down to restricted discretionary, which would be controlled under the operative district plan. I note though that those provisions are still being worked on, and I'm not quite sure who the reporting officer is working on those. Development zone, is it you, Campbell? It's Louise, yeah. So really what I've said at the end there is I'm quite happy to sit down and assist if that is of any
I think
benefit whatsoever.
I think that's quite going to be cool. My comment right at the end of your evidence was ensure collaborate with Louise in any final right of reply, because I think that's right.
Yeah.
The thing I found, I got a bit perplexed about reading your evidence is the plan change was a plan change to the operative plan. It was approved.
Yes.
Council hasn't promoted a variation to the proposed plan to accommodate the outcome of the plan change decision.
Mm-hmm.
So it is effectively using the Harab submission
That's right.
as a way to bring in the former plan change.
Yes.
But it seems to me that legally there's not an obligation on the council to absolutely mirror the plan change.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because it's a new process.
Yep.
So there is an opportunity, and your nodding suggests that you're on the same page. There is an opportunity to make refinements or improvements to Mr. Dash's decision, if indeed that's possible, in order to make it resonate better with the provisions of the plan. So I guess what I'm saying, and it's a shame Ms. Wise not in the room, is that in the process of collaboration, I think there potentially needs to be some flexibility to make it work within the structure of the new plan.
Yep.
And it doesn't necessarily need to 100% follow everything in the plan change.
Yeah, and this is actually highlighted to me just how different the operative plan is from the proposed plan, and just how the actual process of moving that that operative set of provisions through the proposed
Yep.
plan. It is actually quite a change of mindset, so certainly have that in mind.
Well, I didn't have any other, I think it will be just, I mean, Louise has got your evidence now. Unfortunately, she's not well today, so
Yeah, that's
there
fine.
will be a process over the next month or so of considering the various evidence and coming back and reply. So I think there is an opportunity there. I'd like to think that we don't need to issue any directions about that. It's just a case of making the new dev area work properly.
Yeah, so just give us a call when
Yeah.
Louise gets to that point.
Like the challenging bit is that the dev areas work slightly differently than the previous plan. I mean, in the previous plan,
Right,
you got a live zoning effectively
Yes. Yep.
with all of this, with the bespoke provisions applying to the land, whereas the new plan works differently with an underlying zoning, and then almost like a development overlay that modifies the underlying zoning. So yeah, I agree that there's going to need to be a bit of head scratching to make it work as intended, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's more complex than I realised.
Yeah, we could just leave it rural.
No, I don't think Mr. Harrod would be very happy about that, given the work he's done so far.
No, I didn't have any other matters to talk to Catherine about. Did you?
No, Catherine, I'm not involved in the residential zone provisions panel. So, but it sounds like the plan change done the heavy lifting, and now there's a need for some nuancing of the rules, and there seems to be a process for that to occur. So I'll just keep away from that, and those that know more about it.
Perhaps actually something else to flag there for Ms. Wire is that Te Atiawa were quite heavily involved in the
Yeah.
development of the provisions for the 2 Johnson Street rezoning, and if we want to, in the spirit of collaboration, involve them, certainly comfortable with that as well.
They made a submission. Did they make a submission on Mr. Harrod's submission?
Yes, they did.
Okay, so that is probably appropriate because there may be some additional provisions that ought to flow through under the different construct and engagement with Tangata Whenua or under the proposed plan. But I'd commend you to have that discussion with them. Okay, that would be helpful. All right, Stephen, did you want to ask Catherine anything?
No, I think you've covered the ground, Kit. I agree. There is a detailed structure plan that was prepared ultimately in collaboration between neighbours Te Atiawa and Mr. Harrod and his advisors. So yes, I just wanted to confirm with Sarah, just from the staff's point of view, on behalf of Louise, if the process we've suggested or you've suggested is comfortable for the staff team.
Yes, it absolutely is. And what I will say is it was quite difficult to retrofit it into the new format. So Louise has provided an addendum, so there are some mistakes within there that she's found via Catherine's evidence. So those have been corrected. But what I also will say is some of the staff policies and some of, particularly to do with the Tangata Whenua policies, the wording has changed to reflect the style of the proposed plan, and also what we've seen coming through the previous hearings with the wording that has come through various right of replies as well, that has been adapted. So if there are still some areas that aren't quite hitting the mark, we are very much more than willing to meet with Catherine and work out what those gaps are. And we can reply back in our right of reply as to where we think it.
Okay, much appreciated. Okay. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. and Mrs. Busby with Mr. Walker.
Marlon, yeah.
Okay, this is out in Emont Village. Well, welcome. I can say what's the address? This is.
The address we're talking about actually doesn't have an address.
Yeah, that's right. We couldn't find it. You're just just a lot too, right?
Right, yeah.
But it is Egmont Village, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, I think we went out and had a look out
We
there.
did, yeah,
But we were sort of, we didn't really, unfortunately, it was a rainy day.
right.
We didn't have the E-plan with us, and we sort of looked around a lot, tried to work out what we were looking at, and then decided that we'd go back out later. So, but we did track out there, so.
I
that's
would
good.
like you to come out
Yeah,
and I can
absolutely.
show you through.
Yep. Okay, yeah.
Cool, so just to introduce myself again, I'm Hamish Walker, a planner here at BCW, just locally here in Taranaki. So I'm providing some evidence on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Busby, and Marlene's come along, which is nice to speak to the context and a bit of the history of the site, and her family kind of occupation of the site through history. So yeah, Marlene, if you
Yeah, sure. Yes, hello, everybody. As you know, my name is Marlene Busby. Myself and my husband Tim own the property legally described as Part Lot 1, Deposition Plan 4728, located between Egmont Road and Alfred Road in Egmont Village. I will refer to this property as the property. We also own the property adjoining the site to the north at 4 Olsen Street. As well as Lot 2, Deposition Plan 530823, also adjoining the site. These properties have been zoned with the Royal Lifestyle Zone, which I support. In 1987, we purchased the property on 4 Olsen Street. A few years later, the property adjoining to the south came on the market. My father purchased this land to run dry stock cattle in support of the larger dairy farm block on Alfred Road. And our family constructed a bridge over the Waiwako River to enable access between Egmont Road and Alfred Road. And I used to, for the last 30-something years, have run all the young calves. We used to bring them across the bridge and run it all as 14 hectares as one block. Following the passing of my parents, the larger farm block on 202 Alfred Road was sold, and that's why this block is still got the number 202 Alfred Road, okay, because it was joined on to that. Tim and I inherited the property that we're talking about here after the dairy farm was sold. We have continued to run this property in a rural lifestyle capacity. I have undertaken significant native planting on the property and arranged fencing to create large blocks of natives, vegetation, riparian margins. It has also been our intention to one day subdivide this into lifestyle blocks. The property has never run as an economic farm, as it is too small to hold a high production value. I've also had the intention of using the land as a rural lifestyle capacity and one day subdividing so others can enjoy the location as much as I do. I have lots of people wanting to live there, believe me. Lot 2 Deposition Plan 530823 currently has not area of access, and as part of our future subdivision, this will also be given access. I therefore oppose the proposing zone of the property as rural production zone under the proposed district plan. I believe the property would be more effectively zoned rural lifestyle zone to better align with how the property is set out and managed. Right.
Thanks, Marlene. And you've obviously got a copy of the
Yeah,
evidence there.
we've gone through that.
Cool.
Just before you head off, Hamish, do you have any specific questions? Ask me?
I don't think so. I can remember the area generally from our site visit, but I think I'm going to appreciate the quality of the land when we go out and know exactly what we're looking at.
Yes.
The bridge.
Yes.
What is it? A concrete bridge, a timber bridge? How wide is it?
It's a single lane. It's
Single
a class,
lane, okay.
classed as a class 3. It's a concrete bridge, yeah. I have lots of big trucks that go over it.
So,
But the bridge itself only goes through over right away through across the river.
that was my next question, because the property the other side that sort of mirrors in the river. The road continues out to Alfred Road through there, so your lot has a right of way out there.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that would get out onto Alfred Road.
Yes. I have, I don't really have intentions of using that bridge or the right of way as access to the property. That would be more like people walking or biking or whatever.
So, okay, that's good. The plan that Mr. Walker has, the concept plan does make provision for a road to go through there over to Alfred Road though, so that would be, I guess it's a theoretical possibility that it would come down to what would happen there.
Yes, it would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, no, I didn't have any, is there a dwelling on this property?
No.
Okay. The E-plan, Julie, if you just, can you click on the little, you see the little cutout? Keep going up. That, no, where the shed, where the white shed is. Go.
Yeah, there.
Click on that.
Yeah.
See, when you click on that one, it shows it up as a separate parcel for some reason.
Now, that there
Yeah.
was joined on to the property on the right. So when my father brought the 10 hectares, the neighbours that owned the property on the right wanted a bit more land. So when it was sold off, they took that and got access to it. But after I put through the, you can't really see it. It goes down through there. And when I purchased the property, I also purchased the villa on the right-hand side as well. My son lived there. Our family, like with the three of us, joined it and brought it. And then, so before I sold that, I took that back off because my father always said, what on earth, I needed that land, you know, we needed that bit of property. And so I thought, I think I can do better by taking that off. And I got BTW to do what, you know, to put it back onto our land.
Okay, so it's just
it became like a separate title.
It's shown as a separate lot, but
it has been joined onto our property.
Part lot 1B47.
Yes.
Okay. Well, look, that's not for us to be concerned about, but it was just something interesting. Mr. Walker,
Yeah.
anything you want to emphasise in your evidence? We've had a good read through it. I thought the way you did your table 1 was very, very helpful, and very appreciative. So feel free to point out.
Yeah. So I suppose table 1 being the main kind of feature of the through the evidence as well as the concept scheme plan to kind of illustrate what could be achieved, and just noting that it is highly concept with regard to access and other arrangements. But we kind of use guidance from sub R5 for subdivision of the rural lifestyle zone to create that scheme plan. But yeah, going back to the table, what I'm trying to kind of point towards is I believe that using the criteria set out in the Section 42A report for rural lifestyle zoning, the Busby's land could probably have, you know, we could look at it in a little bit more depth in terms of these site-specific characteristics, which as Busby has pointed out, in terms of, you know, she's done a lot of planting, fencing arrangements, and facilitated some good access to the site, with the intention of one day providing for rural lifestyle subdivision. So yeah, the table 1 just pulls out those criteria, which I won't go into depth here. I can take questions on them or anything, and assesses them on the site's merits, in my opinion. But yeah, and also through the evidence I've touched on, potentially generating a more linear rural lifestyle zoning, which lines up better with the eastern side of Egmont Road, where the rural lifestyle zone kind of further south and trying to line the Busby site up to create potentially more of a linear buffer between the rural production zone and the rural lifestyle zone, as that seemed to be a theme that came through the Section 42 reporting around buffer between the two zones. So, yeah, happy to take any questions on that evidence provided.
Yeah. And I took your point about the colouring of the volcanic hazard area being very similar to the rural lifestyle zone.
Yeah.
And just clicking them on and off, I now see there. When you come over towards Egmont Road, zoom over there, do I take it that the rural lifestyle zone is proposed to follow particularly the western edge of the Arahiki stream? So so the stream would be included within that portion there. Okay. And so presumably there's room within that parcel on the zoom in by Egmont Road. There's enough land there where you've created the driveway for a dwelling on Egmont Road.
In the southern portion of the rural lifestyle zone.
If we just bring the aerial up here. Yeah, so if you click on this property, can you see? Yep.
So
right at the Egmont Road end, you see the portion that's been has got us again this sort of split zoning. Zoom in, yep. You can see the rural lifestyle zone extends down, follows the banks of the stream there.
Yeah.
So that portion there is capable of you can build a house on there.
I had
by the road.
If you look at the setback requirements for the rural lifestyle zone,
yeah,
I think providing a building platform might be difficult.
Yeah, there is a proposal to reduce it from 30 down to 10 metres.
Okay.
I mean, we haven't deliberated on that. But
Yes.
a 10-metre setback would be.
I would like to build on that section.
Yeah.
And my son is seriously proposing to build on the other side of the creek, up down in that valley. Can I approach the screen?
Yes,
so
sure.
I could show you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have someone that would like to build here,
Oh, I see. Yeah.
and this is the access that comes down through here.
Yeah.
Right,
And there's another little bridge that crosses
and
over.
there's just a culvert,
Okay.
like it goes down, but my plan is to redevelop that whole part.
Yep.
And the whole access. This is my loading race just here. And my son would like to build here. So he's planning on coming up here. There's a fence line through here and building there. And then we were thinking of 3 or 4 properties and a big bush line that comes all the way up from the other end. And this is the race that comes down, which is what I would use as the access way to the properties.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think the 30-metre setback would provide some difficulty, but I think a 10-metre setback would enable it from Egmont Road.
There are other properties up from the Arahiki stream south that have been built quite close to the road because there is no distance of 30 metres.
Yeah, well, there wasn't probably when they were developed.
Yeah.
The area, what's the total area of that parcel?
Slightly over 10 hectares.
Just over 10.
Yeah.
Okay, and what's the area what's the portion of it area that's about 9,000? That's right, got down here. Yeah, 9025.
Yeah, so it leaves about
9 hectares.
Yeah, about 9 hectares of rural production.
Right, no, as I say, I didn't have any other questions for you. I was very grateful for your table. That provides us a lot of detail. Consider. David, did you have any other questions?
Yes, can I just make the transition on the zoning picture?
turn off the flood hazard overlay. It's natural hazards. Keep going. That's one up. Natural. Yep. Yeah, so that's what it looks like without the natural.
Oh, so what happened to the lifestyle zoning on the left-hand side? Was that a natural hazard zone?
That was the flood, that was the lava. Yeah, that's the volcanic hazard. It's one of those areas that or shall I say when,
Yes.
the mountain
Laha.
erupts, there'll be a laha coming racing down there.
Yeah, I misinterpreted that, Mr. Walker, as a rural lifestyle zoning, and
Me too.
it's confusing.
Naturally, yeah.
Obviously, down north, that hasn't been taken off, that, because you couldn't build on that.
Yes, Mr. Walker, just a couple from you, like you, I thought your table one was useful. I acknowledge that I guess unlike the Surrey Hills Zone, Franklin Road and River Road, which had a more bespoke assessment, the assessment under 42A in relation to this property is more generic. That's not a criticism, just an observation, and you're sort of filling the gaps with table one.
Yeah.
One of the matters that the 42A has relied on has been the report from Mr. Bain, and Mr. Bain states that the site possesses landscape characteristics make it more suited to being zoned for rural production rather than the RLZ. Have you given that any consideration, and did you give any consideration to calling landscape evidence to support this matter?
We did, yeah, we had some consideration, but in the essence of time, probably calling on landscape evidence wasn't sought.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is what differentiates this piece of property in terms of its landscape character and its current activity from the property to the south.
Yeah, so property to the south, I believe, is about 20 hectares, and I think I potentially touched on in my evidence the, while I can't, yeah, I'm not, yeah, I shouldn't be touching too far on the landscape matters, but in my opinion, the existing topographical features by way of, you know, the river valleys and streams, in my opinion, it kind of boxes in the Busby property. Acknowledging to the south, there is probably a perception of kind of spaciousness as you look to the south, but I think the main characteristics that make this kind of, I think there was one of the characteristics of the lifestyle zone is a small discrete lifestyle area. Those rivers either side, in my opinion, kind of tie in that landscape in a smaller discrete kind of area.
Julie, could you just click onto the property to the south so we can just see its boundaries? I'd say around 20 hectares.
Yeah, I think it was 20 hectares.
Yeah.
Which isn't a large production farm either, noting that there's doesn't look like there's a dairy shed or a oxidation ponds. I don't know, Marlene, do you know what?
No, it's just dry stock.
Yeah.
Just for completeness, Julie, the property immediately to the right of that. Yes.
It's the dog kennels.
So both properties have rivers running through the central part of the property, both pastoral activities. One to the south larger than the one that you're dealing with.
Yeah.
Landscape characters reasonably similar though.
Yeah, I expect so. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, if we asked you about the property to the north, which has been zoned rural lifestyle, would you again find any differentiation?
Probably not so much. But yeah, as Ms. Busby's.
Probably own that
she owns
property.
the northern site at 4 Olsen Street,
Okay.
which shares similar characteristics.
Well, that has a creek that's gone right through it as
That's
well.
4
and
Olsen Street.
That's 4 Olsen Street, yes.
Who owns is
I
two,
do.
2 Olsen Street is also, that's right next to it. That's been sold off as well.
Yes,
Okay.
it go 2 is the other way
Yeah.
to the river.
Yeah.
2 is to the right, yeah, 4 in the middle.
2, 4, 8.
Yep.
But they mostly, are they used for rural lifestyle? You know? 2,
Either
4,
side
and
of 4 Olsen Street.
Well, 2,
Yeah,
4, and
yeah.
8.
No, that was nice, thank you. You anticipated my next question.
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, just from the image on the screen at the moment, Ms. Walker, that seems a busier, 3 busiest pieces of real estate, if you like. I would agree with that, yes.
What I would probably do is, there's no accesses to the back of my property at all on 4 Olsen Street at the moment. So I would carry on, possibly plant the whole lot up. Can I approach again?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
it's- I have big plans. All through here is bush, and I've made a lake here,
Yeah.
and that comes, and I planted all this, moved all the fences out, so I'm planning on bringing that right out again, so people can actually access and walk up here, making a lovely public track, and bringing that bush all the way up here as well, and possibly all the way up here. Right up, just like one big block of bush, and all this here I've also planted out. So you could even come up here and walk that way. And I'd like, because our 4 Olsen Street comes a narrow bit that comes up this side, which is also all planted out, come up here and keep this as sort of farmland come, you know, and maybe stop and have these sections just at the back here. So sort of still carrying on sort of grazing that, but these sections here, I think would be nice, made into blocks of them for rural lifestyle. But actually keep all this, because the laha zones and all the plantings, and just sort of plant it up and keep grazing it. That's what my plan was.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I have one final question for you. Judy, could you just zoom right out a little bit so I can get a feel north and south of, just to get into the rural lifestyle zone? So you would have heard the questions from the chairman previous to the previous speaker about the role of the rural lifestyle zone, the role of the rural zone. I mean, my understanding of the RLZ is that it provides a number of roles, an outlet for rural living, so as not to erode the rural production zone. Also to provide a transition and buffer between residential areas and rural areas to avoid reverse sensitivity and create that transition. So the balance for this issue is to make sure that those roles are recognised and respected. What is it about this site that lends itself to those objectives or the rural lifestyle zone?
Yeah, I think that looking at the land use patterns in Egmont Village itself and acknowledging that the site doesn't necessarily adjoin a residential zoned land, I think on the southern side of Egmont Village, the opportunities for that to occur are less so than the northern side in terms of, I think that perhaps the residentially zoned land on the southern side of the highway is less tall. So yeah, well, I think through my evidence, I acknowledge that it doesn't adjoin residential, but I don't necessarily think, I think we could more lean on the land use patterns that surround the site, and the eastern side of Egmont Road being entirely kind of rural lifestyle at probably a higher density.
Yes.
So it moves back into that kind of frame of rural production zone and creating a buffer, and in my opinion, that including the Busby site and that buffer on the western side of Egmont Road would create a more linear outcome and potentially yeah, it would restrict quite, more production.
Okay,
Based activities, which don't really occur on site anyway.
right. Thank you for that. Just one question. Plan that BTW have produced, I think you said was based on rule sub R5. So that would be a controlled activity or restricted discretion?
Restricted discretionary, policy 2 in the rural lifestyle zone.
Yes. And apart from drawing indicative lines on the boundary, have you or Busby done any assessment of the demand for these sort of section sizes and the demand for RLZ living in Egmont Village?
No, and yeah, in terms of the demand for rural lifestyle living, I've stayed away from, but acknowledge that the council has done some work in identifying a number of rural lifestyle zone parcels, but I think from a specific kind of intent purpose, you've got a landowner who has who has, and over the last decade, has an intent to subdivide in a rural lifestyle capacity whereby other land around the district may have landowners or future landowners that don't share that same intent.
And understand that intent. And putting the demand aside, from the supply side of the equation, have you looked at the uptake of the rural lifestyle zone as it exists currently in the proposed plan? How much capacity is there already? Do you have any other? Maybe, Sarah, that's something that the council could respond to.
Stephen, any questions of Mr. Walker or Mrs. Busby?
Yes, I do, of Mr. Walker. But Julie, could you just leave that current view on just for a moment? I've got a question about the broader village makeup. So, Michael, we've got State Highway 3 through the middle of the village. Is the facilities on the northern side, is the school on the northern side or is it on the southern side?
The southern side.
Okay, so it's on your side of the state highway?
Yes.
Yes, just in there. Okay. Julie, could you turn on those Laha natural hazard overlays as well? Back on. And take it out that view. Maybe pull it out a bit more if you could. Just okay. So, Mr. Walker, with reference to your Appendix B, the Appendix A plan, the subdivision layout concept plan, lots 6 and 7 seem to be designed so that you could get a house site outside of the natural hazard overlay beside the unnamed tributary there. Is that the way it's been worked out?
Yeah, correct. We've intentionally kind of made those lots larger to facilitate a building platform. But yeah, again, it was the spend plan's highly concept, but we think that you could get a building platform on lots 6 and 7.
Okay. I've got a couple of questions now about your table 1. And your second class category relating to soil class. I've got a little bit of a farming background myself, and I currently have some production land in Hawke's Bay. You say the soil class is not high in this location. What differentiates this soil class from general ring plain soil, which I'd understood was pretty highly productive organic soil?
Yeah. Apologies, that's probably, yeah.
Give us the information how you've come to that conclusion.
Yeah, apologies, that's probably not, that assessment's probably not as clear as it should be, but to my knowledge, the site's not located in in a specifically high soil class. It's consistent with the majority of Taranaki and having a Taranaki ash soil, perhaps. Yeah.
Would you say that that's probably a misleading assessment for us?
Yeah, I would say it's probably lacks detail. In terms of,
That's not my question. You're saying it's not located on a high soil class location. Has it got the same productive potential as the neighbouring land and the dairy farms around?
I would think so, yes.
Okay. Your table doesn't seem to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, deal with the servicing aspects. What is the situation with water supply, wastewater treatment in and around Egmont Village, and what's proposed on this land?
On this land would be self-sufficient. To my understanding, Egmont Road isn't serviced.
The whole of Egmont Village doesn't have any services. Nothing. We all have our own water and our own sewer.
So
We're not connected.
where does
Or
your
we don't even have lights,
where does your
which is
sewer,
good.
sorry, where does your sewage go to then?
It goes into septic tanks.
With the tanks. And again, this is probably more of a question for staff. I am a little bit intrigued about growth of these small areas, small towns being provided for in regard to the issue of septic tank disposal and cumulative nutrient runoff. So I'm probably moving to a question now of staff. So I'll stop there. I've asked the questions I need to of the submitters. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for that. Okay. Of staff, I have a practical question. If you've got, and it comes to subdivision where you've got a property that's a split zone. Assuming the parcel up in the top right corner is actually a separate parcel, and Mr. Walker's plan seems to identify it as lot 2 DP5. So that is at the moment an undeveloped rural lifestyle zone lot that a house could be built on, right? We then got the balance of the property with 9,000 square meters zoned rural lifestyle and balance zoned rural production. So and tell me if I'm wrong here, based on the revised version of the subdivision rules, it would be a restricted discretionary activity to subdivide the parcel into 2 lots, with one being the rural lifestyle zone lot and the balance being the rural production zone lot. Is that, well, I think it's something I'd like to get my head around, because the way the rule is written, it is based on whether the land being subdivided is contained within a record of title that existed on the date the plan becomes operative. Now, assuming that that is the lot, and you could create one lot less than 1 hectare, you would have to have a corresponding lot that was greater than 1 hectare for it to be able to meet those standards. So I'm presuming that the rural lifestyle zone could be subdivided off as a separate lot initially.
Or if I could just add to that, could a boundary adjustment be undertaken to amalgamate lot 2 with proposed lot 1, such that no new title was created and that the balance was compliant?
I'll start. So can a boundary adjustment be undertaken?
I guess what we're trying to ascertain is what's the
development
mechanism.
potential of the land at the
Yeah.
moment. Effectively. Boundary adjustments are controlled, provided they don't alter the permitted activity status of any existing permitted activity, or they do not increase the extent or degree to which any consent is otherwise altered. Blah, 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 blah. The rural production zone, the boundary adjustment does not result in additional potential for residential units as a permitted activity. two lots that each have an entitlement to a house. You've got a rural production zone lot, which doesn't have a house on it, and you've got so you could do that. In fact, the better option would be to keep that lot separate, and then create as a first stage of subdivision to take off the rural lifestyle zone land. That what I mean, I just want to get a sense of this, because that would then give one separate able to be developed lot within the rural lifestyle zone down by Egmont Road, and you then end up with a balanced rural productive zone lot, which doesn't have a house on it, which would then have the ability to have another house built on it.
At 9 hectares.
At 9 hectares. Is that, have you thought this through?
Are you talking about both lots, like you've got the Egmont Road piece and then you've got the other bit at the back, which
The
has
other,
no
well, we're
access?
assuming the other bit out the back is a separate lot that is zoned rural lifestyle that currently has an entitlement to have a house on it. It's a separate
Yes,
proposition.
but no access.
But no access.
Yeah.
Okay, so you'd have, that would, well, been created as a lot.
Must have legal
It
access.
must have legal access.
No, I took it off.
All right, well, that complicates things. Anyway, I just want to get a sense of how the split zoning works in a subdivision proposal, because the rule title is the subdivision of land, but then the specific rules relate to a record of title. And in a situation, and we've got this also out at Leperton, where you have a parcel of land that's partly zoned rural lifestyle and partly zoned rural production. Just want to get a sense of what it means. Does a landowner constantly have to do a staged subdivision to take the benefit of both zones, or are they triggered straight into a non-complying if they start with a subdivision of a land that's, yeah, I don't know, it's just something that's come to light lately in the context of these rural parcels that have a split zone, as to how the subdivision rules would apply. That's more of me just sort of thinking that through as a wrinkle to make sure there's a pathway through it to get them. Otherwise, you may have zoned rural lifestyle on a larger property, but you can't actually take advantage of the smaller lot size because you instantly trigger non-complying. That's all I'm sort of thinking about there. Okay. Yeah, I didn't have any other questions. Did you have any questions at start?
No, only the question I put to Sarah earlier, but I think that's the right reply.
Yes.
Question.
Okay. Stephen?
Yes, thank you. I just had two questions. The first one relates to the minimum subdivision size in the rural zone. Could you does anyone have that off the top of their head, what the rural minimum lot size is in the rural production
20
zone?
hectares.
20 hectares.
20
Yeah.
hectares. Okay, so this is a 10 hectare lot, 20
Yes.
hectares. In Hawke's Bay, it's 12 hectares, which is seen to be a reasonable size minimum. So this is below that. The other question is the same question I had in around Leperton. Are there any, I suppose, effluent disposal studies or locage, sort of thing that I'm familiar with is around small communities that rely on septic tanks? Any concerns with nutrient runoff into the waterways from these towns that are services by septic tanks, and any strategy or council PRC work done in this area? Sarah, you may not be able to be specific, but I'm just interested to revisit that again around unserviced townships.
So what I will say is part of the district planning work, we just think of it from district plan side of things. We initially the draft plan went out with in the large lot residential zone. So that in that zone, we went out with a 600 square metre lot size. So as part of that, we got various feedback. And what we were interested in there was how could we get greater capacity in those places like Uranui or Egmont Village village where they are got this larger lot on there, and how can we actually bring that lot size down to see if we can get greater capacity on there. What we found between the course of the draft district plan coming out and then moving into the proposed district plan through feedback, we had a series of meetings with our building control area. And what it was found was that what we had proposed as planners was actually unachievable from the building side of things. So we did a series of testing to look at some of the requirements of the Building Act and what they are required with the bed sizes, and also there are setbacks through the building code as well that needed to be taken into account. So we actually went back to what is in the operative district plan, which is that 750 square metre minimum lot size and low density residential. So that's what's ended up in the proposed district plan, but we did test that. So that's the work we did from the planning side of things. In terms of infrastructure, our water and waste team, this issue has come up, and essentially council's hand has been forced in some regard in Iranui, because what we've got through there is we've got, unfortunately, septic tanks that are actually leaking into the river through there and into the estuary. So that has forced that hand. So the conversation has been had in that community, and that of course has come through Ngāti Mūtanga as well, who have long been concerned about the situation of septic tanks in Iranui. So that town, there are plans in place to actually proceed with reticulating that town. To the best of my knowledge, there is no such plans for any of these other smaller settlements. But that is something that we can come back to you to give you some sort of indication, coming back to what you said about the strategy behind it. Like I said, to the best of my knowledge, there is no other plans for any of these other smaller settlements, but I can get that confirmed for you.
Yeah, it's just that I'm familiar with, we've got a lot of volcanic soils on our plains over here in Hawke's Bay, and quite leaky soils, porous, and there's an aquifer underneath where we are. But just some sort of, I think what we would need in these small town areas, Sarah, is just some comfort from a wastewater disposal expert that we're not seeing elevated nutrient levels in the waterways around these towns through septic tank serviced or unserviced development. These lots here proposed are quite large, so I presume that they would have the ability to assimilate effluent fields. But these ones are large, but some of the other ones we're looking at maybe smaller. So if you could perhaps as a staff team just address us in your right reply on that matter, and perhaps take some advice from your wastewater people, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
I heard your questioning of Miss Y yesterday, so I understand what you're asking, so that's no problem. We'll look to do that for you.
Thank you very much. That's everything I have. Thanks, Kit.
Okay, all right. I think that's everything we have for you. I have two last questions for you. One, do you propagate all your own plants for all your planting endeavours?
A lot of them I do. I mean, the larger dairy farm, honestly, I did about 70,000 trees, but they all got brought in. Yes, I planted a lot all over the rivers and everywhere. The council should be very proud of me.
I'm sure they are.
Medal.
They have a hall of fame in the back.
Yeah. The lady that planted trees, I am. And yeah, and a lot of them I do. A lot. I just find them everywhere, like the canucas and the manukas and the whole lot just come in my garden, and I pop them all up, grow them up, and then put them out in the bush.
Very much applaud you for that. It's a great effort. Okay.
Thank you.
And we'll take on board what you've said very seriously, and we'll probably try and get out and have another quick look over the land as well.
All right. Well, you give me a call and I can show you through.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, well, look, we might take a brief adjournment. Thanks everyone. We're a little bit behind, but having a fun old time. And so we'll come back at 10 to 11, and then we'll kick on with Mr. Bland for the Trowbridge Bailey and Doyle Trustee Services on the property. One out at Leopardton, isn't it? On Old Road.
Yes.
Yep, come on up.
Yeah. Sorry. No, I had them in my hand. Take all this over. Excuse me.
We're just looking for the glasses.
Don't grab a seat in the meantime.
Maybe you can borrow mine.
Oh, hang on, there they go.
Hey, good spotting.
Thanks very much.
There we go.
That's my main contribution to the series.
All right, well, welcome.
Thank you.
And we need to confess that we had a significant amount of discussion about Leopardton yesterday. Your neighbours to the south, Mr. Pritchard, and across the road, Ms. What's her name?
Yeah.
The nurse, young lady. Sorry, I've got it here. Zenda. Tracy Zenda. So both of them came and spent some time talking to us. So we know a whole lot more about Leopardton than we did prior to that, which was very, very useful. They actually referred to your property in a couple of ways as well. So we've got a good sense of it and the issues at Leopardton and what a wonderful place it might be to live. So we're more than happy for you to take us through anything you want to, but just know that we come primed. We come primed with Leopardton.
Okay. I guess, yeah, just to introduce myself, I'm
Yeah.
Chief Plans in Angela Bailey on behalf of the owners. So I guess that's some comment. I'm a little surprised that we weren't combined with those other people.
Well, in reality, the way the hearing works, people elect the time that suits them. Okay, and you elected this time, they elected the day prior, and that's how it is. You're each individual submitters in your own right. You're each seeking your own relief. So, and there are differences between the two, the three of you. So
Certainly haven't been disadvantaged.
yeah,
No,
disadvantaged.
Okay, you've got my submission. A big chunk of it relates to the growth assessment that was made. Your properties that were allocated for Leopardton. The work that I did went through that and assessed that a lot of that stuff had already been developed, and in fact there was a lot less available sites. So that's a big chunk of
Yeah, and I think the council the council reporting officer has accepted that critique, and I think has revised the available for development lots is probably 27 now. I think we're down to possibly even slightly
43.
probably slightly less because some of them are on what's the name of the road? Smith Street have been developed already next to the church and the cemetery.
yeah. It's a commercial operation.
Yeah, the Alpha training. Yeah.
One of the properties at the north end is actually a church.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Anglican Church.
Yep. Been there
Cross
all the
Street
time.
is what we talk about. Cross. Yeah.
Infrastructure has obviously just been talked about and probably got talked about yesterday. Leopardton is reticulated with water.
Yep.
Which probably increases the loadings on septic tank situations. we believe it's a district-wide issue with wastewater, with the sites that we're proposing in this particular property are above 700 square metres. There's a TRC requirement to have wastewater systems further than 25 metres from water course. There's already a 20-metre wide esplanade reserve bounding the river, so we don't see that as being a particular problem. Yeah, I think the other part of infrastructure is stormwater disposal. Way council have got the proposed residential zoning at the moment would require the development of Whitcomb Street. That is falling from west to east at the moment, but it's the natural lay of the land. The construction of Whitcomb Street will necessitate disposal of stormwater and particularly secondary flow heading to the east towards the river, which would go through 19 Old Street. So it makes sense in my mind from an infrastructure point of view, particularly stormwater. 19 Old Street probably provides an option for stormwater disposal, particularly from Whitcomb Street. Old Street's not so much of a problem because the paper road goes right through to the river. 19 Old Street's, it's a 2.5 hectare block. The owners have developed a significant part of it as a newly constructed dwelling. It's about 5 years old. And they've got a big part that southwestern corner is developed for their own private use. There are some workshops there. Mr. Trowbridge is a mechanical engineer. It's part of what he does. So, but the northern portion currently it grows grass, I think, would be the best way to describe it. It's definitely not used as a productive unit.
Don't convert the grass into anything else.
It's mowed, doesn't it?
We get compactors and they cover them with mulch and then take it away.
Compost it, yeah.
They were the main parts of my submission in working through the Section 42 A report. I guess the other part of my submission too was that the drivers for the development in Leperton and some of the outlying areas, Inglewood and Waitara, that's occurred in the last 15 years or so. And that's been driven by the cost of sites in the New Plymouth City area. Bell Block 2 is sort of a bridge to that end. People in New Plymouth are paying, there's a huge range in value of sites, but infill development sites, 400 square metres are going for $500,000. Greenfield sites, I'm working with one now that has been valued by a valuer. A 560 square metre site has been assessed at $650,000. A similar size site, well, you might get a similar size site in Leperton because they're above 700 squares, but when development first occurred here, they were probably selling at $150,000 to $170,000. They're probably now sitting at $250,000 to $280,000. So the cost differential between New Plymouth and the outliers is what's causing the demand in these areas.
I think I've got that note. If you do mention, I can ask you about it. Paragraph 10 of your evidence. You said an infill site within New Plymouth City. How large was that?
400 squares.
400. That went for 500,000. And a greenfield site, similar size.
So a typical greenfield site would be more 600 to 650.
And that went for 600 and
it is 560 square metres and it's been assessed by a valuer at the, admittedly it was 6 months ago, it might have come back a bit, yeah. But that was assessed at $650,000.
And yet sites in Leverton are in the range of, what did you say,
They're probably 250 to 280.
I mean, those are all really rough, but they give us a really good sense of the differential and
that's why,
Yeah.
particularly the franchise builders and first homeowners are looking at places like Waitara, Leverton, Inglewood, but the outlying areas where the cost of the land is a lot less. It's a cheaper option. Even as far as Stratford, the developments down there and they've been going.
I just wanted, did you want to add anything?
Not really, probably more an emotional side of things, which you probably don't want to hear. But I mean, when we first purchased the property, we had it for 15 years now. I mean, we live in town. My husband and I were both from rural communities. I was from Toko and Ed was from Mahoi. And we wanted to shift to a place where we could give our kids a sense of community. And we feel really strongly about this. And it was the best decision. And I really feel that our kids have a really strong sense of belonging, where they are, where they come from. And I really believe it's that sense of community. And I just guess we're at the point now in our lives where my youngest daughter's just gone off to university. And as a family, we had so much fun where we are. It's time for us to now share that with other people of the community. And if given the ability to be able to subdivide, rezone, subdivide, we would love to be part of giving back to the community. And part of our proposed subdivision, if we could get that far, would be to come down Whitcomb Street and take an access right down to the river so that we could provide the community with a place of sense to go, like our kids have. Our community at Leverton is pretty precious. We've had hordes of kids at our place over the years, and they continue to come. Even though our own kids aren't here, the friends still come. And I can't emphasize enough that this is not just about a subdivision thing, it's about gifting, I guess, to the community and allowing other people to have the experiences that our kids and our family have had. And I guess, I mean, you probably don't want to hear that, but I think it's really important that I say that because it comes from the heart. The river boundary has been an absolute idyllic place for our kids to grow up. Here's a bit of an emotional story. For my oldest son's 9th birthday, we gifted him a big chunk of cable rope. And my husband said to my son, he came in and we didn't have a lot of money. And he said, so I've got your birthday present, it's on the back for you. So he goes out there thinking like any 9-year-old, went, wow, maybe it's a motorbike. He comes back and goes, it's a rope. And so the next day was the birthday party, and my husband, he's a big burly man, and he had his shorts on, his cowboy boots, with this great cable of rope around his shoulder and his chainsaw in the other hand. He said, right, come on, boys. And so he took our son and the 10 friends from the birthday party down to the river. And that day they built a flying fox. And so down there they have a flying fox and they've got a rope swing. And we would just like to think that maybe, now that our kids have left home, that we could provide some sort of place in working with iwi and council to provide a beautiful area for our community. And I guess that's where we start here today with the rezoning. So there's a lot of emotional behind this, and I think that comes from part and parcel of growing up in a small community ourselves. and the value of seeing that. And yeah, so that's kind of where we're at.
Never be afraid of being emotional. I mean, one of the heartstrings of the Resource Management Act is enabling people to provide for their social and cultural well-being. So that's ultimately what we're aiming for here. It's about balancing the use of resources with people's aspirations for them, and they do. I mean, all resources shape lives. I mean, the moment you said that, I remember I grew up on Mill Road, and our property bordered onto the Huatoki stream. And my brother and I spent, God knows how many hours down there building forts, building dams, right next to the old quarry, right overlooked by the prison. It's quite an interesting place to grow up. So, I know exactly how they shape people, those sorts of natural resources. Just a couple of questions. Off the top of your head, what's the sort of resident population of Leverton?
Oh, I really don't know.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. But I've got to say that it's a very, very close-knit community. And I guess, again, that's the other aspect of this place. It's a safe place to bring kids up in. And we don't see it as a population number, it's just that we will be on.
Oh, I acknowledge that. I'm sort of interested to know the size of the community, because sociologists tell us that once a community gets beyond a certain size, the connections and the links between the people there tend to frazzle a little bit. So I know it's nowhere near the size of Awakura. It's much smaller than that. So that's something we can have a look at later. Oh, yeah, got it. Oh, you go. Look at that. Ask and ye shall seek and ye shall find.
I'll just make sure I'm getting an official source on this. Going further than just the normal Google search. I've gone onto the Stats New Zealand website, so that's brought up the statistics for Leverton Brixton for the 2018 census, and that is showing a population of 1,725.
But remember, this is a point Louise made yesterday, it's about that statistic size.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
takes
that's
down
right.
into white space. So
Yeah.
I'm just getting our statistician to come through.
I'm not sure what the geographical
Need to go
boundary
down
around that is.
some mesh block.
She's coming, she's
Don't need-
typing.
Oh my goodness. Is that Louise?
No,
Oh,
no, no,
statistician. All right.
another one.
Okay. Just a question, Mr. Bland, about the stormwater. I mean, it's a fair point you make about where the properties at 11 and 15, which have been recommended for zoning to low density, where they would take their stormwater. And your suggestion is that it would need to go through this property. Would it also be feasible to draw any stormwater down through the paper road, old road, the old road?
Potentially, yeah.
Potentially, okay, because that falls down to the river as well?
Yeah.
Okay,
So the fall is west to east,
yeah,
and then it'll be south to north. So,
Yeah.
so Old Road will probably catch the southern catchment rather than the actual residential zone.
old road catch southern, rather than your,
Rather than any of the, so the land that's been rezoned residential
yeah,
will probably fall towards the north, towards Whitkin Street.
oh, I see, okay. So then getting it to Whitcomb Street down through your proposed road to Vest, and essentially then out through the walkway, would make it all sort of gravity fed, yeah.
Yeah, a gravity. I would imagine we'd probably have to have some sort of detention pond or some sort of system before it goes to the spray. But that is the logical
Okay.
way that you would have to develop it.
And none of Whitcomb Street is currently formed?
No.
And what's council's policy on, I mean, because it seems that most people are sort of treating it like part of their properties. Is it, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, but it is public land to some extent, isn't it?
Yeah.
So does the council have a policy on that at all?
I think council are quite comfortable with most paper roads as long as they're looked after.
And people don't build things on them? Yeah, I know some people did build some over the other side. All right, thanks for that.
Yes, I have. I just want to start by echoing the chair's comments about emotion. Some of the comments that you made about the sense of community and family living were really mirroring those comments made by Ms. Linda yesterday. In fact, you were obviously singing from the same songbook in that sense, and the reason she moved was for the very values that you outlined. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. I just want to focus on, I guess, the planning balance sheet for the site, and Appendix 3 of the 42A report looks at the costs and benefits of the zoning. And I mean, there's 5 benefits indicated on the right-hand column. In line with strategic direction, role and function, the context, growth, and the context are all ticks from the reporting officer. The matters that are on the negative side of the ledger, if you like, in terms of costs, are, well, the first of those is reverse sensitivity. I've heard your comments about the poultry shed. And they were largely echoed by Mr. Pritchard and Sandy yesterday. I wonder, the officer also refers about potential conflict with industrial activities. And my question really to Ms. Bailey, can you tell us a little about the contracting industrial activity on that southwest corner? What sort of activity is it? What sort of potential nuisance?
Cement shed.
Yeah.
Is it a business?
No, it's a Greek's business is Falcon Engineering, and he has a workshop just out of Anglewood.
Okay, so if I'm looking at, the evidence isn't numbered in terms of page numbers, but there's a figure 3 shows a conglomeration of activity in that southwestern corner. Can we blow that up, Julie? So Stephen, you see
Oh,
it?
yes, yes. So that is basically at the moment where the track gets put.
Right.
It's his main sheet. So there's not anything engineering wise goes, like it's not.
That's not a source of noise.
No, not.
Also, the house on the right is no longer there. It's gone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, these photos, we found that out yesterday. And presumably the shed is not built on the road.
As would indicate.
So, no, well, that shed was actually there when we purchased the property, the big shed, and that actually is on the road. And we've been in discussion with council about that, and considering what we propose to hopefully go ahead with the rezoning and subdivision, our idea about coming down Whitcomb Street would then alleviate that difficulty. And we would love to have the opportunity to purchase that paper road and alleviating that problem. The house that you see on the right there was originally where our new house is, and we shifted that into paddock and lived in it while we built it, and that's now gone.
That was the first item on the left-hand column. Second item was infrastructure. We've heard about water, stormwater, and wastewater matters. I don't have any particular questions there. And the third comment was about landscapes and special treatments. And there's no SASMs or SNAs on the site, but there is the presence of a archaeological site on the corner of Old Road and Richmond Road that you've acknowledged.
Yep.
I did have a question to the staff on that, and that's Sarah, is the extents of that site aren't mapped, are they? Or doesn't appear to be? Is that a ring-fenced site, or is it?
No, it hasn't, the extents haven't been done, so that's where those default.
Yeah, 200 metres?
Yes, it would be.
Yes. So, Mr. Bland, you're a surveyor. How far would that 200 metres from that property extend? Would it extend to number 19?
Yes.
It would.
Yeah.
How much would it encroach into number 19?
I'm guessing at the scale of this, but I would imagine it's probably a third
you haven't taken that into account in the indicative layouts of your subdivision, have you?
I've mentioned that we would have to engage with the iwi to determine what we can and can't do.
Yes. And would that have an impact on, what aspects of the development would that impact on?
Earthworks primarily, so we may need a cultural monitor on site while we're doing that stuff.
Okay. So Whitcomb Street is not formed from Richmond Street.
No,
So it would certainly need to be, would it need to be formed for the development of 11 to 15, or would that development rely on access from Old Road, Old Street?
I would imagine that any development of those two blocks would require Whitcomb Street to be both.
Well, why do you say that? What is it about Old Street? Presumably Old Street is formed up to 11 to 15.
It's
Yes,
so-
yes, for this property.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
and for Mr. Pritchard.
That's right.
no,
It just seems that obviously the carriageway is quite narrow,
yeah, but
the
it's
form carriageway.
only about 3 metres wide.
Yes.
I think to fully develop those properties, you would need to deal with Whitcomb Street.
That's your professional view of it.
Yeah, otherwise you're looking at long right-of-way access leads from Old Road.
Yes. Are you suggesting that both streets would be required for access, 11 to 15? Have you given any consideration in your indicative subdivision to relying on the access from Old Road and forming that rather than Whitcomb Street?
I did an initial scheme that I did actually looped Whitcomb Street back to Old Road.
Okay. Yes.
There was a couple of reasons for that. But
Go right through the front of your house, wouldn't it? One of them.
Yes.
One's not there anymore.
Well, that's true.
Okay.
Just on that point there, because we heard Mr. Pritchard yesterday talk about Old Road as well, and he obviously gets access to his property, which is just across the drive from you. So I guess two things there. Presumably any road stopping would have to continue to accommodate access to his property. That's one point. The other is if you were looking at 11 and 15 Old Road and those being developed, would the formation of, would the better access, assuming Whitcomb Road was formed to a public road standard, would the better access for any future development on 11 and 15 therefore naturally be Whitcomb Road, because it would be the better, and from a topographical point of view, which is the better access location for those properties?
I think it's 50-50. Traditionally, you tend to provide access to the southern side of a property, which would be Old Road. But you want to try and avoid right-of-way situations and give most people frontage where you can is a better solution.
Could potentially see a scenario where some properties get serviced off Whitcomb Road and some get serviced off Old Road, but the ones getting serviced off Old Road probably require a bit of an upgrade of the road to do it. Okay, so there's a bit of roadworks to make this area feasible either way, isn't there?
It's no different from Cross.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Stephen, any particular questions?
Yes, I've just got a couple of questions about the geography. I'm interested in Mangarewa Stream. Is that how big is that stream? You talked about kids having a swing over the Flying Fox. Is it deep enough? Are there swimming holes there? Is it that sort of river?
Well, our kids used to swim in it, and it's not, it's probably about waist level in some places, but, yeah, it's, if that makes sense.
Yes.
The deepest parts, yeah.
So it's smaller than the river on the left-hand side of Leperton?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Presumably it's more than 3 meters in average, otherwise there wouldn't have been this strip taken.
It's a significant stream, it's 3 to 4 meters wide, so.
Yeah. Okay. Look, one of the issues the council is concerned about is this reverse sensitivity from the chicken sheds. And I know from my own experience, they can, with the right wind direction, be offensive depending on how they operate. Is the prevailing wind in this area, is that northwest? And are you
Historically, I would have said New Plymouth would have a prevailing wind of northwest, but
Yeah.
probably in more recent times, it's the worst wind is a southeasterly. It's the strongest and probably the more prevalent currently.
Yes, but you're not a, yeah, okay.
No, not a bit.
Okay. So just sort of, and probably I'll ask the staff this question as well, the history of complaints and issues around the chicken sheds in Leperton, around odour, is that a feature of this area?
I couldn't say for certain, and it's something I would need to look at. We do from time to time have complaints, and I know we have fielded complaints along Richmond Road, but I don't know whether it involves the immediate sheds in this location, so I'd need to find out for you.
Okay. No, it's and obviously there's new housing right along Richmond Road, right beside that. Those sheds to the north of this picture we see. So perhaps that must have, yeah. I'm saying it must have been dealt with.
What I will say, may I say something?
Yes.
What I will say is, interestingly, when we were doing the district plan review, we had a lot of contact from Tegel. They visited us a lot. We had a lot of people come from Auckland, and we had a series of meetings about this. They had an advocate, a person who was acting on behalf of them at that time. So they were very heavily involved in the district plan review, draft district plan as well, and were very concerned about the sheds just beyond Cross Street, which is just behind the church that we talked about yesterday. So there's a larger complex up there. So they were particularly concerned about that. And they were I think they own a large part of the land and behind their church as well. So they were very, very concerned. But what I will say is, by the time the proposed plan came out, we haven't seen that come through in their submissions. Now, I don't know what to make about that, and I'm not going to speculate in any way, but we haven't seen them as active as what they were in the draft district plan stage.
No. So, for example, Sarah, they haven't further submitted to get these rezoning proposals?
No.
Yeah. Yes. All right. Thanks for that background. And that's the only questions I had. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a reminder, and I think we may have got we asked for a copy of the resource consents up on Cross Street, I think, adjoining those large sheds.
No, they were on Richmond Road.
On Richmond. Yep. Yes, well, on Richmond, yes, but north of to the west of the chicken sheds. a number of 750 square metre allotments created there. In the last 3 to 5 years, that must still be coming.
Yes.
Thank you, that was all.
One last question from me, and then you can summarize. Your comment in paragraph 10, which you elaborated on by giving us some examples of some recent price. From your experience working in the district, what do you think is contributing to the demand, the high price sections within the New Plymouth urban area?
Availability, probably.
That's a supply issue.
Yeah, it's a supply issue. The ability to do residential development in New Plymouth is very limited. It's a lot of the stuff that's left is difficult to deal with. That particular example that I gave you is Franklin Road. There's some land there, and that will probably be the easiest piece of land that I would have dealt with in the last 25 years. It's flat. And which is obviously contributing to its price, but a lot of the stuff that we have to deal with now it's foreign company.
So when you say the stuff that's left is difficult to deal with, is that an indication that the cost to create serviced building platforms is much higher because of the topography?
It's certainly a contributing factor. Yeah.
Okay.
And dealing with stormwater is another multiplier.
Yep.
Well.
In those sorts of those sections, is it your experience that the additional cost ultimately turns into a higher priced section, or does the developer reduce their margin aspirations, or is there a sharing of the additional cost?
It's a combination of things. I think the cost to buy developable land in Plymouth is that much higher.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably one of the biggest contributors to value. But it's a supply and demand thing. It's what people are prepared to pay. So yeah.
My next question then is, what do you think it is about New Plymouth that continues to see it get quite high population growth?
Like I've been asking myself that for quite some time. Probably there are a significant number of people relocating, particularly from Auckland and other regions. I just came across someone that relocated from Nelson. People from Auckland bought my previous property. Probably it's the smallest household unit as well, which is causing demand. People coming back from overseas when COVID hit. We didn't really know what was going to happen. Our road was closed. Once we got back to work, it's just been for us and for everybody. We just snowed under. We just can't. We can't get staff basically to cope with the workloads that we're trying to deal with. A lot of it is rural residential.
Yeah, totally. I think that's a feature of New Zealand generally at the moment. I mean, it's interesting. The same sort of supply and demand is at play to some extent, because even though section prices are expensive historically for New Plymouth standards, they're still comparatively cheaper than trying to get into a first home in Auckland, for example. So you end up with a trickle down. But presumably there's lots of options in the regions for that same sort of move. Yet New Plymouth seems to, it seems to still have a relatively high population growth, which means there must be other things about the city that when people are weighing up can't afford to live in Auckland. Where are we going to go? Do we go to Napier? Do we go to Christchurch? Do we go to Plymouth, or do we go to Palmerston North? You know, when you sort of look at it like that, where there are those options available, people look for what? Employment, great natural, attributes, and other sorts of cultural features, don't they?
Yeah, potentially, and probably employment is probably less an issue. There's a lot more people working remotely. People at all my place, but he's still working remotely in Auckland. So,
Okay.
so I think
it's really helpful. Yeah.
Do you think there's a proximity to Auckland factor there, that Plymouth is the next cab off the rank, and in the sense that Huntly and Cambridge and Tauranga have already been sort of colonised by ex-Aucklanders, and Plymouth is the next cab off the rank?
I don't see it at that level yet. I still think probably Hamilton and Tauranga will take a chunk of that growth.
Mr. Heath in Strategic, in the very first hearing, advised us that Auckland was actually suffering a population decline internally, in terms of, and that what was actually propping it up prior to COVID, of course, was migrants coming in from overseas and masking that actually net population loss. So that what you're talking about is in line with what Mr. Heath, the economist, was saying.
I would imagine we'd probably be similar to Napier. Napier would be feeling the same effects as New Plymouth.
Last question. If we I guess acceded to the submitters from Leopardton who have asked for more low density land, that includes not only your property but the property to the south of yours and then to the west of yours, on our sort of rough calculations, or the information we've been supplied by council, it would essentially potentially bring to the market another 43 lots for Leopardton. Now, we've heard evidence that some of those landowners are not interested in subdividing and vice versa, but at a theoretical level, what do you think bringing that number of sections to the market in Leopardton would do to the community?
Yeah, I just think that Leopardton's got so much to offer, and we are tiny, which is a great advantage. But I don't see that.
Tidy or tiny?
Tiny, sorry. But I don't see that many properties. That's not a huge amount of properties there. I think it's a go-getter little place. We've got along with our store, we've got a cafe there. It's very. I don't think it will impact hugely on the culture that we've got, because that's what we want to protect most of all.
Is there a local residents group, community group, or is it all just?
There's a bowling club, and that club is often used for a gathering area as well. And there's many little committees within that area as well.
I did a count in the last 15, 18 years. There's been over 50 properties created in Leopardton.
50 new allotments.
15.
50.
Oh, 50.
Links in my
Actually, you did mention that. All right.
I mean, I would be the first to protect
Yeah.
what we've got, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay.
But I don't see that when we're talking that number, that it would have a on our community.
Okay. Well, that's nice to hear. Okay. Stephen, did you have any other last matters you wanted to?
I was just interested in that last discussion. The school, we had some questions yesterday. That was about 100 children at the school. It's a reasonably small site. Another 40 houses there. Yeah, it would perhaps, yeah, just that community servicing capability comes into, and we are talking about growth planning that's reasonably significant. Another 40 houses in a small village. So yeah, just need to be confident that the facilities were there to facilitate uptake of more land. Any comment on that?
Yes, I'm hearing exactly what you're saying. The interesting thing about our, where we live is we've had a lot of friends that I see it as not just an area that's going to cater for just young families, but I think it's also an area that people want to retire from the city and come out and have a slightly, less busy lifestyle, that they can again be part of the community. So I don't see that it would be a drain on the school. We've had so many people, but we don't, within the community, knock on our door and say, look, if you ever think about subdividing, we would love to be, we'd love you to think of us. And as I say, it's been a cross section of people coming.
Thank you for that. That's all I have, Kip.
Great, thanks. Well, I don't have any more questions for you. So thanks for sharing this with us. It's very helpful to come along, and we've got your evidence, and we're probably going to go back out and have another bit of a look around it. So we'll just might look for a break in the weather in the next few weeks when we're down. We'll be down a few more times over the next few weeks. So we'll aim to do that. And if we want to come out and walk around your property, we'll arrange for Julie or Christine to get in touch with you.
Oh, sure, that'd be great. And thank you for allowing us this time. We really appreciate it.
Excellent. All right. Safe travels. Mr. McLean.
Good morning, my name's Vaughan McLean. I'm Blandon Jackson's players, and I'm here representing Settlers Bush Development Trust. They are the owners and developers of the larger portion of land you see on your screen down to the west by the bush, which is an SNA.
Yep.
To the north, originally Parawera Drive, and running more or less through your screen. South. So the larger property has been developed over the last 14, 15 years. I think the original consent dated from about 2006, and most recent consent included 3 stages, and it's just recently had the final 3 sections acquired TA certification. Our original submission, which you can probably see from the screen if you're able to lighten up the zoning.
Yeah.
The operative district plan has a very similar alignment to the zone boundaries. The changes with the proposed district plan reflect the current development against the SNA. Originally, it almost ran corner to corner, northwest to southeast. No particular topography defining those margins. So with current consents, we've in essence developed and pushed those margins to more aligned with those topographical features. So the submission originally was to look at rezoning to general residential, the remaining parcel of land, which is more or less to the southwest. Comes from the land that's around in essence the SNA. The council's 42A report effectively supported in part the rezoning of the land up to the margin of the SNA. And today I really just want to focus on why we'll draw towards rezoning of the balanced land, which in essence wraps around the SNA. So the section 42A report particularly identified 3 reasons why there's no support for rezoning around the SNA itself. Firstly, for any development of other areas of the site which are free from the SNA overlay would likely require access from adjoining land parcels or through the SNA itself. So we do note on the district plan, both operative and proposed, that all all the bush is shown as one SNA unit. However, physically, there is a separation between the land, if we're looking at the southeastern portion and a very small piece that comes off that. Was familiar with where I might be pointing to you? There is actually a physical separation there, probably in the order of 12 to 15 metres, which historically has provided a physical link between those two portions of land as a farming unit. And it was a,
That's your image one.
yeah, I've
Yeah.
provided one photo.
So it's actually
helps
12.
demonstrate that.
So I'm going to ask how wide.
Yeah.
It's about 12.
I'm glad you've mentioned that you do intend to visit some of these sites because it's difficult to perhaps point out a lot of these factors and nothing beats seeing on the ground yourself. So it's through that portion of land that we believe we are able to provide access to the rest of the block proposed to be zoned to general residential. I'll touch on that a little bit more as well. Secondly, the 42A report stated these parcels would not adjoin any residentially zoned areas. Obviously, if all the land itself is rezoned residential, there is no separation in that sense. And where there is a margin between any zoning.
You're getting a musical accompaniment.
We obviously acknowledge that maybe the report was alluding to the fact that there would be physical separation by the SNA itself. However, there are a number of instances within the sector's bush development in itself. Development has occurred around vegetation, not specifically SNAs, but there is that same separation around Barrett's domain itself, which is to the east.
Could you elaborate on that a little bit more with reference to the scheme plan at the back of your evidence?
There's two scheme plans that were provided. One was an original concept that obviously from where, I don't know, date specifically on there, but it probably dates from
June 2015.
Yeah, that's the latter one here.
The other one is July 2018. 2008.
Yes. Yeah. So both really provided to demonstrate how it was always intended and considered throughout all of the consent processes that there would eventually be some sort of rezoning that would occur for the rest of the land except this bush. The more latter one, subdivision scheme plan in 2015, went into a little bit more detail, but not a great deal of how that future development may look. And that was to support the application of those zones or greater development occurring there. So a lot of the infrastructure was put in place during those previous stages in consideration of this rezoning one day occurring, including stormwater, hydraulic neutrality, the part of that catchment which naturally flows into the current development was considered. There's gravity wastewater reticulation, standard utilities, water mains, etc. on hand at the end of Ongarui Close.
Was that all done under the operative plan? What did it have a general res zone? So the boundary that we see there, is that the same as
It's
the
more or less
operative?
as you see, the only changes are where it bounds existing SNA was literally a straight line.
Oh,
Which
I
you
see.
see as a straight line went straight through.
Okay, so historically, there was always a straight lineage there which had a setback from the bush. And so this.
It even cut through the bush. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So there was no real rhyme or reason that I could see how that residential margin was determined. And when you see the topography, you'd probably say even less so.
The legal boundary is effectively the edge of the bush now, is that right?
At the moment, a walkway has been provisioned around the SNA where it is being developed for urban purposes. The rest of it remains as a balanced block and there's no legal protection on the SNA as it stands.
Well, apart from the district plan.
Apart from the district plan, yeah.
Julie, can you bring the zoning on?
Sorry, we interrupted you.
No, that's fine. So third point raised in the 40R report was zoning of these lands for residential purposes would create isolated spot zoning areas which are overall inconsistent with the strategic objectives of the plan generally. My view on that statement was, or those objectives more or less were about creating zones that were independent of the greater general residential zone of Plymouth itself. Creating a particular block of land that's disconnected from the general residential zone where this would remain interconnected. Part of the proposal to rezone it. Again, it's really coming down to potentially a discussion around the physical separation by the SNA itself as opposed to any development of the western portion of the site would be connected with the eastern portion of the greater sector. I guess it's been touched on many times before today about partial zoning of cadastral boundaries as well. It does lead to particular constraints or less thought about how the balanced parcel may integrate into the rest of the area. And again, to touch on the fact that not all land, 95% is actually productive when it's rural, but it does become less so when you leave a small parcel of land of this nature. Particular ownership of the land to the south itself, I think it's West Coast Lease PKW land, so it's potentially less likely to be developed, or the parcel of land within Settlers Bush, if it was not to be rezoned, acquired by that adjoining entity and integrated with it. So I think without the residential development, it would remain standalone. Did touch on a bit about the objectives and policies of the district plan as well. There's particularly natural environment ones. They talk about the district's natural environment contributes to our district's sense of place and identity and is recognised and provided for. I think what not better way to enjoy, particularly in SNA, by actually opening up and providing physical access, if not through, but around to the greater public, rather than with a lot of SNAs that end up tucked away in a rural entity where no one really gets the greater enjoyment of them. There's particularly two district plan rules that I believe would provide enough control mechanisms to enable us to develop the rest of that site without detrimental effects to the SNA. See if I can find them. One was basically any development of land that contains an SNA as a discretionary activity, and I did copy in there that going through them all, the matters over which council reserves their restriction. I'm of the view of those provisions, there is enough control there to make sure that whatever development we do wouldn't be detrimental to that SNA itself. The other one that potentially may cause some concern is what level of development will actually occur within that western portion of the site. And we've shown it at this stage as a lower density development. Some may even say it aligns with rural lifestyle sort of provisions. But fundamentally, the main provision that we managed, what level we did develop that to, would be the constraints that the SNA itself provides and that physical access that I've already talked about. That would probably provide enough constraint. The road provisions that we put through there would not support the development of up to 20 dwelling units with the Land Development and Subdivision Infrastructure Code, particularly E10 and E11 roads only allow for around up to 12 units with the space. So that in itself provides enough control on development and discretion, because within the district plan, subdivision that Eastern Road is a discretionary activity. So we believe there's enough control to make sure it's developed in an appropriate manner. Yes, fundamentally fundamentally, the main reason for our original submission, putting aside that some of it's already been set, was we felt that Settlers Bush was effectively ready to go, turnkey effectively. A lot of other development zones within New Plymouth that have been identified have still got matters, structure plans and infrastructure issues, stormwater management, overloaded stormwater or existing water catchments, require wastewater pump stations to be established, whereas effectively Settlers Bush has got all this infrastructure in place and ready to go. Yes, it's not going to solve all the housing issues of the district, but in my view, every allotment counts, particularly when they're ready to go. Very much.
That's, yeah, that's really helpful. If I, did you see staff have recommended partial portion?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to, I guess the first question is your appendix, the June 15 plan.
Yes.
Is that still the current development scheme?
That's what has been consented. Everything you see to the north end of the site, the orange polygon is hasn't been developed.
So the orange hasn't been developed.
Because the majority of that lies in the rural zone.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Council's proposed extension, I'm just trying to get a sense of what line that follows.
Yeah, this was, it didn't seem to follow any particular rhyme or reason again, particularly in the sense of this concept here, in the sense that it more or less follows the boundary of the SNA, but does seem to drift a little bit off it. And then ultimately cut through the middle of our proposed cul-de-sac, as you see on that plan, and then heads up the hill around the pocket of vegetation. You can see there. So
Well, just trying to lay the two over, and I might talk to Ms. White about this later on, just to get a sense of it. It would seem to allow development off the end of the hammerhead, but not a huge much more.
well, yeah,
Okay.
I'm not sure that the rural zone necessarily precludes the construction of the road itself on the rural land, but any residential development would be purely to the north and east.
Okay. Okay, just can you just a couple of other questions? Any do you have any background knowledge to let us know why it's called Settlers Bush?
I do, but not probably as much as my colleague Jeff, who was the original attendee, but it was a lot to do from right the barracks and whaling history, the original whalers that come out to New Zealand. Dickie Barrett, is it?
Dickie Barrett, the Honeyfields were original settlers in this particular area, and our clients, when they started the development, just back on the land, Settlers Bush.
It's quite often looked at some of these other names, Ongarui Close, Kariana Close, the names that appear on historical records. So it's got a quite a big historical link.
Is that where the broader name Whalers Gate comes from as well, because it was a lot of whalers? Okay, well, that's interesting. Just coming back to your image number 1, you said there's a gap of about 12 to 15. What, I mean, if the plan, if your first plan was to go through there, what width of road would need to go through that sort of gap in the bush there to get to the back paddock?
So the formation these days, even for the 20 dwelling units, is only required to be 5.5 to 5.7 metres for dual carriageway. So that would be the only location. Obviously, trying to provision walkway beside that and services as well. So as long as we can demonstrate that those can be achieved.
It might need to be wider than that.
So the overall width that's described, I did make a quick reference just now, but not in the actual submission, is roading E11, which has an overall carriageway legal width of 14 metres.
services, 5.5 megawatt carriageway. I'll be interested to see when we get out there, but presumably you would need to trim back some of the vegetation to make that work.
When you get there, it's as little as 2 trees, I believe.
Okay. But, and so with the SNA overlay, that would effectively, I mean, there need to be an additional consent for all of that sort of stuff anyway. Yeah. Yeah. So the proposal by Settlers Bush essentially would be to rezone the whole site to residential and then let the SNA overlay do the, I guess what, you know, this phrase, the heavy lifting in terms of protecting the bush.
Yeah, there was a particular rule there that I touched on.
Yep, I mean, it would, you'd end up, R6. Yeah, R6.
I don't believe there's any difference whether that SNA stayed in rural or residential land. The overlay provides the protection.
Well, to the extent, yeah, I accept that. That sort of is a bit agnostic to zoning over the top. But I guess the difference is that if the underlying zoning was rural, there is no real development potential. So there's no real need for anything to happen to the bush to some extent. The moment, for example, we accepted your submission and turned it to residential, then there's a real incentive to want to go and, you know, develop up the back paddock. Just looking, see how that almost goes down like the boot of Italy there, and you've shown on your plan you actually get through right over to the far corner. So is that similar sort of situation? There's a sufficient gap through the SNA to get through there?
And in the southwestern corner.
Yeah.
To be honest, I haven't even stepped foot on that particular part. I would imagine that portion would remain part of a allotment that provided a building platform on the eastern side of that.
Yeah, okay, so I mean, it is shown as one lot at the moment, potentially, so. Okay.
Just on there, and I may have got this wrong, but is there a difference in the boundary of the SNA as shown on the screen and one that's shown on?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
And why is that?
This is done in 2000.
Yeah, I would have to check what the current SNA limitations
Okay,
or extents are. Yeah.
You can sort of see the bush, but presumably the person who drew this plan.
Yeah. There would have been some creative license. The boot of Italy's sort of come unattached, been lost in the ruck.
I mean, to be fair, the subdivision plan proposed does seem to accommodate the fact that there's bush there, but for some reason it may have just been updated because this was pre-district plan.
See, there is mining around the bush on the southern boundary there. It's probably never shaded.
Yes, okay.
I see what you mean. It's not demonstrated as being.
Oh, is that because it's outside of your property?
I mean, the developer himself is on that scheme plan, lot 30. Some of that bush was natural, but the majority of it he has actually planted himself and enhanced those areas. So that's the sort of developer they are. They would not be averse to even that whole southwestern corner being attributed to the SNA and since that enhancement planting.
Well, that, I mean, that could be offered up in the context of any, you know, the earthworks and vegetation clearance to get back there. That could be a viable way of mitigating the 2 trees that have come. I mean, but that's something we're talking hypotheticals there. I think, I guess the real, one of the issues is that if we accepted the submission and Julia, could you just highlight the property on the screen there with the dotted black line? Yeah. And let's say that was all, and then bring the zoning up a bit. No, the zoning overlay. You see, if that was all then yellow, we do end up with, I guess, a real, well, to some extent, zoning's not about finding smooth lines and smooth edges, but it does create quite an extension of that residential edge out into the rural zone. How many, I mean, do you have a sort of a view on that? Do you think that's something we should be worried about?
I touch on it a little bit. Yeah. I think you'll really benefit from seeing it on the ground yourself, in the sense that it is its own almost enclave. It's completely surrounded by vegetation by the SNA, and as well as planting has been performed along the whole southern boundary. Essentially, when you're in there, there's not a great deal of opportunity to see either in
In
or
or
out.
out. So how does the land fall to the south there?
It's that whole enclave is essentially flat. It's almost
Yeah.
dead flat, and then it drops down through the pretty much between the western and eastern through that. When I've taken photo figure 1,
Okay.
it runs down into a low point, comes back up onto the other side.
But the property to the south, that's all one large property. It's 176 Barrett Road.
Yeah, so that is.
Is that a lifestyle or is it?
No, so that, it's actually farmed as part of the dairy unit that you see on the eastern side of Barrett Road. So you can see all the heavy infrastructure, the dairy shed.
Oh, that's what that is. All right. So there's quite a heavy dairying.
So they own the farm on the eastern side. When I say they, it's private ownership.
Yeah,
And on the
it's a
east,
large block.
the immediately adjoining land to the south of our side is,
209.
I believe it's PKW. It's not a.
Other side? Yeah, that's the big one.
Yeah,
South and on the
it's
other
not a private
side,
entity.
yeah, much bigger one over there. Those are big dairy blocks. aren't they?
In fact, all of that land to the surrounding to the west of the SNA is part of that dairy unit. If you zoom in, you can see the cattle race sort of trundling sort of east to west, sort of through the middle. It's up from your cursor a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So that's obviously not so steep that it's not accessible for dairying?
No.
No, okay, all right.
I mean, our topography on the part that is accepted for rezoning, the eastern section, does rise up
Yep.
to the point where you see the transmission tower in the center of the screen. It falls back again away to the south.
The water body in the top corner there, is that Barrett's Lagoon?
Yes.
I remember going there as a boy and it was completely in the middle of nowhere. It was very rural.
As did I grew up really on the eastern side.
Oh, wow.
Spent a bit of time there.
If, when we go out to the site, I mean, the aerial photo, if we go back over and look at where where Honeyfield Drive is only partially shown formed there, will we see all of Honeyfield Drive now completed with sections?
Very little that's not built yet.
Okay, so there's maybe just a few sections for sale and that's it?
Nothing for sale.
Yep.
Well, there's 3 sections that are just waiting their titles.
Okay.
But everything has been sold. Yeah, probably a matter of years ago.
Yeah, when was this plan approved?
2016, early 16, I think it was. January.
2016, so
Expired in January 2021.
okay, so it took 5 years to develop. How many sections are there?
That's would have, it's 50, I think. 50.
Okay. Okay.
40 maybe. 30 for this.
Yes. Sorry to go over old ground again. Can you just, I've missed it completely. Can you just show me where the gap that you show in image 1 appears? Just there.
Yeah, there's you might see it almost what's drawn as a passing bay. Okay. In that sort of vicinity.
That's okay, because that's.
Yeah, that's SNA. Yeah, that is.
That's
In fact,
what confused me.
It's,
Yeah.
in fact, it's continuous SNA.
Sorry, Stephen, you're not seeing this, but
There, I actually, you can just see it there. See that label on the plan?
yes,
Zoom
I
it in.
can see that now.
Yep.
I'm just seeing where the road goes, where the road might go through, Stephen, and the gap that's shown on image 1. And it's really, I guess it's midpoint along the southern boundary, isn't it?
Yeah, I've orientated myself,
Yes.
David.
Okay, good, thank you. The orange overlay wash it sort of discoloured, I didn't realise that was SNA to the south of that road.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry, that was the intent of that plan.
No, that's
6 years ago.
okay. And you're saying that the subdivision land development code would require a legal road of 14 metres. And
Depends on the level of development. I mean, if you only actually ran what you see on that plan at the moment, 6 allotments, it could actually be provisioned by right of way, which would be considerably less. It's a 3-metre formation and 4-metre legal.
yes, what's the maximum number of allotments being served by right of way?
6, that's about the discretion, yeah. It's like that, benefits that we see of this development is provisioning that public access. So it could well be done by a lane of similar scale.
Yes.
Any questions, Stephen?
Yes, just a few. Just starting off with the mana whenua relationships with the landowner. Were mana whenua, any of the hapu involved in the original proposal, Mr. McLean?
I do not believe so, no, other than consultation on road namings, etc.
Okay.
Contributed.
Yeah.
But no undertaking, I believe. in the actual-
Okay, and are we, I don't have all my papers with me, so we have a permission, are there any other further commissions opposing your proposal?
Any further submissions opposing? I do not believe so. Not that I'm aware of, not that I'm aware of, no.
Could the staff,
No, they just said, Campbell just said there were no submissions. further
Okay.
submissions opposing.
yeah, because this is an intriguing opportunity in terms of reading land, I suppose. And the second question I have was, the staff are suggesting partial acceptance of the submission. Is that right?
That's correct.
Could we actually locate where that partial boundary would be?
It's Appendix 1A to the Rural 42A report.
Yeah, that's sitting behind you, Kat, on the desk behind
Page
you.
2.
Yeah,
Yeah, I get that. Hopefully Julie might be able to flick it up on the screen. Yeah.
that would be good.
So we're in appendix 1A of the ordinance.
The rural. Oh, no, it's the rural.
It's the rural.
Yeah. And the rural.
2A.
Yep. There we go.
Page
2.
There
There we
it
go.
is.
Yep. You going up? Yeah, that's the proposal.
Can you see that, Stephen?
Yes, I can. That follows on, takes in the northeastern part of the block recommendation and really leaves the other area that would need to be serviced by a road through the SNA as rural production. So that's great. Thank you for that. Perhaps flick off that appendix now. Mr. McLean, I just wanted to confirm your evidence to us that all of this land you're seeking, including the area proposed by the council, is fully serviced for wastewater, water, stormwater facility? Or what? Yeah, so can you just confirm that to me?
So yeah, anything over this western portion in terms of wastewater would require a pumping system back to the eastern portion. But the scale of it would be a system that essentially it's a single rising main with independent pumps that drive it. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, as opposed to provisioning a council pump station. Stormwater, of course, is limited by gravity, so that catchment can't flow through to the eastern catchment, but there's sufficient space there and the level of infrastructure that can be hydraulically neutral. Concern in that matter. The water mains are in Ongarui Drive and sufficient size to drive the capacity of the entire development, as is well, electricity and fibre. They all get their individual schematics. There may be infrastructure required in terms of an additional transformer, but it's at the boundary of Ongarui Drive.
Okay.
Sorry, Steve, on the pumping station, is there enough capacity once you got sewage up to the wastewater main?
That's correct, yes. Yeah. I mean, there's council doing flow metering reports come on over the entire district, so I can't go into exactly what the outcomes of that are, but in terms of gravity through the eastern portion, once it hits effectively that cul-de-sac, it will be a gravity system. The lower portion, in fact, what you see highlighted red, blue, and yellow on the scheme plan, installed a pump station. But this portion here, the eastern portion, does not need to contribute to that pump station. It will have gravity connection out to Honeyfield Drive and see this close.
Sorry, Steve.
Okay. So really all that's in contention between, or what's in contention between you and the staff at the moment is the area within the whatever we call it, Boot of Italy, sort of pointing the other way, that area around the bush, that's it. And what is shown on your 2015 scheme plan, about 6 allotments potentially in there. Is that right?
That's what's demonstrated here. That's the directives that we took from the developer at the time. We saw it as a niche enclave, so to speak.
Yes. But your submission does seek general residential zoning in here, doesn't it?
He's correct.
And so, and we're walking uphill, I take it, just by, I presume that's more elevated, that area of land, or is that, or you did mention it was, and we'll see if we can have a look, a flattish area?
I would say it's entirely flat when you get out to where those allotments are shown.
Yes.
I would say it probably sits at about the same elevation as the portion on the eastern side, excepting the eastern side has a large hill that rises to the south. Yeah. So
Right.
probably the eastern side sits elevated above that.
Okay. Thank you. And look, I just have one last question when you turn the zoning map on, which if we could do that. Is it Julia, Christine, Julia, I think. The green dotted line, is that a delineation of a walkway on the district plan?
Yeah.
Yes, it doesn't seem to me to follow the location of the title for that that's shown on your 2015. And does that
Yeah, the walkway follows the perimeter of the SNA.
yes, it doesn't go through the SNA like it's shown here, does it?
No.
No. So that's probably a mapping correction. Just to note for the staff, I presume, and we'll just see what the thinking is there.
Noted.
I think it's just a sequencing issue, really. The proposed public access corridor was probably drawn before the final subdivision and layouts occurred. Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah. Those titles have been in place for
okay.
probably 3 years at least.
So Ms. McLean, looking at your 2015 plan, there's that there's a blue strip adjoining the SNA. Is that all laid off as a separate legal title as a walkway, or how does that work?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's vested as recreation reserve, walkway reserve in the council.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of history to that because the client has wanted to gift the entire SNA as public reserve to the council.
Yes.
So we actually had resistance in that back in 2016. Fundamentally, we were told because of financial reasons. So there has been a lot of changes there. So I think as we move forward, that's something that might come back onto the table.
Yes. And have you been up into that bush area? Is it high quality bush? It's we can't tell from just looking at the aerial.
Yeah, no, it is significant. It's a beautiful area of bush. Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, it's original. It's none of that is additional planting.
Yeah, it looks wonderful. Okay. Well, thank you for your presentation, and Yeah, very helpful evidence, the way you put it together with the plans and the photograph and your analysis. Vaughan, so thanks very much for that. I have no further questions. Kit?
I'll just quickly touch back on, you mentioned the size of those allotments. Now, we did, in this further submission, or even at city hearings, consider whether, well, did it suit rural lifestyle sort of development, given the size of those allotments. But for me, the fundamental difference was under the general residential zoning, we'll have a requirement to be serviced. So that requires us to actually have the sewer pumped to the articulated system. So you eliminate those effects of wastewater and those sorts of environments. So that was one of the main drivers. Sticking to general residential.
But on that, if it does go, if we did accept your submission, potentially it could be developed in given the flat nature of it, more intensively than shown in your 2015 plan.
Well, that was where I brought in, I think, the limitations to the scale of development there. Yes, accepting it could be more than that. The limitations would be the space available to provision the roading and the number of allotments that are allowed to be serviced off the size of road that we can physically fit through the gap in the SNA.
Yeah, but there is no gap in the SNA from what I can see on the screen. I'm just staring at my laptop screen, but is that right?
Well, as it's captured there, I guess it's something we alluded to in our evidence is, inherently these SNAs are done from a desktop exercise.
Canopy mapping to some extent.
That's right. So no one actually steps foot, potentially never has.
Yes.
to
Well,
actually make that proper sense.
Yeah, I was more referring to the net extent of the SNA rather than the actual. Yes.
Yeah, I accept that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, to some extent, sorry, Steve.
I'm all good. Yep.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say, your 2015 plan, those effectively, I've counted 8 lots that go to the southwest of the end of the new sort of cul-de-sac. What sort of size are they? What would, I mean, for some lot right down the end there, for example, you'd end up with, where your future development is. That presumably is a lot that also stretches through and captures the bit of bush over the back there. That's not shown as an individual lot, or is it? Or
The last allotment.
yeah,
At the north end of the leaf, you mean?
no, the southwesternmost parcel of the site.
Where there's SNA on both sides.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that's captured as one parcel. Yeah.
Okay. So we're looking, these are substantially bigger than 400 square meters, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. Even the ones that you see in the current set of bush are historic for New Plymouth in the sense that they are probably around 800 square meters average. And that's the massive shift we've seen here, just even the last 3 or 4 years. Greenfield subdivision, what Jeff touched on, is more in the order of 500 to 600 reduction now. So to give you some scale here, they are probably not some of them 2,000 square meters.
Yeah, there's not really a zone that caters for a lot size of about that size. You've got your low density at 750, and then the next zone sort of jumps up to 4,000 square meters in the rural lifestyle. But then for every 4,000 square meter lot, you've got to have a lot that's over a hectare as a balanced lot. So you're right at that end of sort of large lot countryside living to some extent, but not in the sense. So that's quite an interesting one to provision for. And I mean, I take your point that the road to some, the width of road as a consequence of the SNA will potentially drive this number of allotments and hence their size. But it seems to be a little bit of a leap of faith to rely on the mapping of the SNA to drive development density, because it's just a discretionary consent to go in there and maybe trim a few of those trees back to make a much wider road. Now, accept that your client on the face of it has no intention to do that, but things sort of change. So I guess we'd have to be careful if we were contemplating this and making sure that that sort of density was actually the outcome based on whatever it was zoned to some extent.
I mean, you also what is the greater effect of higher density there in general as well? So
Yeah.
something you might see yourself on site.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like I said, it really is its own enclave, so.
Yeah, and so maybe there is a benefit. The more people who get to enjoy nature, the better. I mean, yeah, sociologists say that the more people are present with the natural environment, the more likely they are to become conservationists when they're older.
Ultimately, the onus is on us to demonstrate that whatever we do there, particularly going back to these scenarios.
Yeah.
The discretion is there to make sure it's not a detrimental effect, so they're going to be the underpinning rules that
No, you're
we're
right.
going to rely on to make sure we're not developing this in the.
You're not suggesting any bespoke rule that would limit the yield of the development, are you?
I guess not, no, I guess that would take a specific structure plan
Or a specific rule?
You say it's enough for us to be able to.
opposed to it, but I'm not sure if that's
But you say, well, your evidence, if I heard your last question answer, was that that's not necessary because there's enough hooks and requirements and thresholds within the general overlay of rules that would apply to effectively deliver an outcome that's going to be sustainable anyway. That's right. Yeah, but ultimately, it only becomes possible with zoning that actually contemplates that level of activity.
Yeah. Whereas, if you leave it as rural, it's a no. Whereas if you're general residential, you've got those discretionary controls. It's a maybe. That's the way I sort of look at it.
Does it trigger past restricted discretionary for any reason? Could it trigger to non-compliant, for example, or fully discretionary?
I would have to look more into those rules around the SNA and the voting, whether it would be non-compliant.
Yes.
Yeah.
But based on the lot size, it wouldn't, that you're proposing anyway.
No,
Or what's in front
certainly
of
not on lot sizes, no, if you don't get general residential can control activity goes small for one. It's the vesting of road that's probably the
That's
main
fully-
control, that's full discretionary.
So if the council's proposal was correct,
No.
you may end up with what, maybe another half a dozen lots that could be dealt with off.
Particularly not based on what I've spoken about, with E11 having a maximum road
Which would
allowance of
mean
12 lots.
The balance lot would then be one rural parcel and potentially a one house development site with a massive piece of bush attached to it that council might not want to look after. Yeah. Okay, all right, no, that's really helpful, and I think we will go back up and have a look around out there.
I recommend you do.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Thanks very much.
Excellent. All right, so I think we've got Mrs. Whelan, is that right? Thank you both, gentlemen. That was very helpful.
Thank you.
People are very nervous.
We're very nervous.
That's why I've never been to a hearing before. That's why I listened in yesterday. I was getting familiar.
So have you got something in writing there that,
I have
yeah, have you,
rehearsed it.
no, have you got copies of it, I think is the main thing.
No, I haven't, but I can give you a photocopy afterwards.
Oh, that would be helpful. Otherwise we'll just have to take notes and.
Oh, I'll give you a photocopy. It's got some handwritten scribble on it as well.
That's okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. It's just is a
Just
good
things
record.
I've been taking notes of.
Very good, very good. All right, so let's get Ms. Whelan's submission up.
The property address that you're talking about. Really haven't got one. 1299.
Oh,
Yeah,
so it's not a specific zoning request.
That's 1299 Mainoff Road. The one, just higher up than that one. That's a war protected block. So where that square bit is just where you brought up 1299, that's where I live, that's where my house is, which I'll explain when I'm doing all this.
Very nice.
Right, a bit of background about myself to start with. My late husband and I both lived in the farming community most of our lives. And we both realised the benefits of raising children in the country, in a village community. After Sean died 24 years ago, I was fortunate enough to buy a lifestyle block in Urinoi for my 5 children and myself a few years later. I'm so proud of all my children who are now in their mid-20s to early 30s, as they are all good citizens with good values, morals and principles. Their professions range from life coach, accounting, mechanic, chef/author, and a rural bank manager. They are all very fortunate that they now all own their own properties. 4 of them in Taranaki, 1 in the Waikato, 2 of them on lifestyle blocks themselves, and the other 3 one day of dreaming of having lifestyle blocks themselves as well. This in part I put down to raising my children on a lifestyle block where they tended to farm animals, including having a house cow which we milk by hand, chooks, pigs, goats, horses, large orchard and veggie gardens. This enabled them to be practical people with a can-do attitude. All my children have had part-time work at Urinoi Fish and Chip Shop and the beach camp during the summer months from the age of 14. Also living close to Urinoi enabled my children to have some independence of being able to walk to work. By crossing the state highway and walking up Upper Caprica Road, school bus was at the bottom of my driveway. Urinoi community and my friends have helped me raise my children as all my family lived overseas. I would also like to enable other families to benefit from living on lifestyle blocks in a rural community like myself, and I want to make it affordable for families to purchase the blocks. In 2016, Neil Holdham had a vision for Taranaki being a lifestyle capital of the country. I voted for him on this basis, thinking that he meant to include people being able to live on lifestyle properties if they so wished. Unfortunately, there are very few lifestyle properties available for people to purchase. Therefore, I believe it's time to make more land available for lifestyle properties, particularly in rural areas close to amenities. There is now a demand for lifestyle blocks more than ever. By families who want to enjoy the rural aspect of life, be part of a village community, have good schooling for their children, all with Urinoi properties. My property is about 370 meters, 750 meters from Urinoi, which is a walkable distance to the village. I've had numerous people and agents over the years approach me to see if I was wanting to sell my home or subdivide 1 hectare or even an acre piece of land off for them. Agents have given up asking because they know I can't subdivide, but more and more people have approached me in the last 5 years. This is evidence that there is a lack of supply, otherwise they would not approach me personally to ask me the question. The lack of lifestyle sections is driving people away from New Plymouth district to land that is available and more affordable, such as my daughter who recently purchased a 1 hectare block down in Warrior, which is in between Awakura and Opunaki in South Taranaki, rather than her hometown in Urinoi. The more land that would be available, the more affordable it would be for people. Also, New Plymouth District Council will benefit from allowing more lifestyle blocks, as they would get more revenue in the form of rates. New Plymouth District Council have not made any accommodations for subdivision of land in the proposed district plan for Urinoi, but have in other settlements such as Leverton and Awakura. For those of you who do not know Urinoi, it is a microclimate. It is 15 minutes north of Waitara, and is safe, laid-back community village with a beach camp. There is a decile 5 school with a roll of 90. Play centre, a bowling club, 9-hole golf club, a 4 square with a hardware store, a gift shop, 3 cafes, fish and chip shop, 2 motels, service station, a workshop, hairdressers, community centre, a library and a health centre, including a hotel. Now onto my property. I own a house on 2 acres on the intersection of Lower Caprica Road and State Highway 3. And my family trust owns the adjacent 4 hectares of fair land on the Lower Caprica Road. The land approximately has 300 meters of road frontage. It's flat to undulating with sea and mountain views. I believe allowing 4 hectares on Lower Kapika Road to be subdivided into 4 1-hectare blocks would have little, if any, environmental impact and would be in keeping with the district plan's rural outlook. Each title would have their own road access off Lower Kapika Road, which is a no-exit road with only 7 houses present being serviced on that road. There is a New Plymouth District Council rubbish truck and recycling service that services that road weekly. Each block would have their own septic tank, the water tank to catch the rainwater, and they would each have access to tap. They each would have access to tap into the triple fee town water supply if they so wished, as the water mains runs down Lower Kapika Road. 10 years ago, I did make a subdivision to the district plan proposal, but nothing came of it. That time, I did not speak at the hearing. That is why I'm speaking to you today. Although my property is on the seaside of State Highway 3, it is approximately 800 meters from the coast, 50 meters above sea level, with 3 other properties between my land and the coast. With this in mind, I believe that my property on Lower Kapika Road would not be a coastal hazard, as mentioned by Louise yesterday. I extend an invitation for you to visit my property if you so wish. I'll give you a little bit of the history of the title if you like. Can I go up to the ordinance? Is that right? So that you know. Originally, this is my house here. You just want to click on the start with, and then you can actually see the boundary. This one here. This one. I should get up. So this is my house now, which is on 2 acres. Originally, the boundary, it was 5-acre block, and the boundary went along here. On here, sorry. Yeah, that's a 5-acre block in here, which was my house. I then purchased this 8-acre block, including that house, all the way around there. And after I purchased it, I think I purchased it about 12 months after I bought the original 5 acres. And I made a 10-acre block, taking 3 acres off my property, subdividing a 1-acre lifestyle block right on the corner there where that bend is, and then I created a 10-acre block. I did want to do, when I did the that subdivision, I did want to have 2 1-acre blocks and a 10-acre block, but the council wouldn't allow me to do that. I could have 1-acre block and then create a 10-acre block, because those are the days when the minimal parcel was the 10 acres.
4 hectares.
4 hectares, whereas now it's 50 acres, isn't it?
20 hectares.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm just reading it for you.
5 acres and, yeah,
No,
yeah,
that's
okay,
fine.
I should
I don't
revert
read
back to talking about hectares now. Yeah, so, okay, so I've got a 4-hectare block in where that land is now. You wouldn't mind clicking back on that main. So this is the bit that's in question now. And I reckon that, yeah, you know, there's 4 1-hectare blocks. It would mean that people have got the lifestyle, because they, you know, then it's big enough for them to have their horses and stuff like that, you know, like I did, or house cows, whatever they want. And I really want to give them the opportunity like I have bringing up my children in the village. And it's a great community. That's it.
That's it. That's good, that's helpful. There's no house on this,
Sorry, no, it's bare land.
sorry,
It's bare land.
bare land. Okay, so that's.
Oh, apart from a hay shed on it. Yeah.
Just, Judy, can you just zoom out a little bit? Because it seems to me that a lot of lower Kaipakari Road has sort of lent itself over to lifestyle as well. If you look at the white patches, presumably those are all lifestyle dwellings. You see that?
Can I come over and I'll just, oh, okay.
Well, I'm just saying,
So
this formation here obviously seems quite extensive because the road ends there. Is that right?
no, that's a dairy farm.
So this
The
here.
road,
So
yeah.
all of these building platforms, are those all houses or are they all farming?
No, the house on the very bottom left-hand corner, that one.
Yeah.
That's actually a very old house. It's derelict. Well, it's not derelict, but it's not used now. It used to be the house on the dairy farm.
Yeah.
That one there, that's actually a 3.5 acre lifestyle block.
Yeah.
That one there is just a cow shed, actually.
Okay.
That one there is a house with, I think it's 10 acres.
Okay.
That there is sheds for the dairy farm because
Look that up here.
that is a house there that's on about 10 acres as well.
Okay.
And then right next to my house down the bottom,
Yeah.
that one I think is on, I think that's 5 acres.
All right. So how many lifestyle dwellings come off the end of Lower Kaipakari Road? 7. I think that's it is one of your neighbours much closer into Uranui with a large block of land.
Oh, Ken's came yesterday.
Keens, yeah. I mean, there's between this block and the Keen block, I think there's only one other parcel.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks, David. Do you have any?
No, I just wanted to zoom out and have the zoning pattern shown.
Here we go.
Stephen, you won't see this, sorry.
So it's all rural on this side of the highway. Yeah. So that's good. Whereas similar sort of pattern on the other side that has been given the rural lifestyle zones.
So the reason I asked that question, Willem, is your lot is quite some way removed from the existing boundary of the rural lifestyle zone. And the development of rural lifestyle was more to the east and the southeast. The concern that the officers raised, one of the concerns is that your site would effectively create a pocket or a spot zone of rural lifestyle zoning that may not be compatible with the surroundings. What would you say to that?
Well, on paper, you might think that, but if you, I'd say, please.
It's
do
not whether
come
I
out-
think it is, this
No,
is
okay.
the argument that they put forward.
Please do come out and have a look, and you'll actually see, as you pointed out, that there are lifestyle blocks around down there already anyway.
So even though the zoning might not extend to those other lifestyle blocks, the actual activity on the ground is lifestyle in your view. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, what's that?
You're saying that whilst there are lifestyle blocks that may not be zoned around your property, they do in fact exist on the ground.
Yeah, they are lifestyle blocks.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I'll get a better sense for that when we visit the site
Yeah.
again.
So, like the 3.5 acres and like mine, I haven't even looked at the labeling on the titles, but so is mine classed as rural?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And so what about the 1 acre down the road?
All rural, zoned rural, but it doesn't stop it being used for lifestyle. It's just they've been able to create a smaller title historically to be able to.
Oh,
allow-
okay, now I'm starting to understand it, okay.
So, I mean,
Yeah.
under the operative plan, as you said, the 4 hectare minimum is now increased to 20 hectares.
That's correct.
So,
Yeah.
the houses that are on the 10 acre allotments that you referred to.
Yeah.
Would have been created largely as of right, under the old district plan, or the current operative district plan.
yeah.
And if you see that zoning map that's there, the question I was asking you was, what about the distance between your property, which is the, black and white, ringed area, compared to the yellow zoning to the east, which is the extent of the lifestyle zoning?
Okay, yeah. I think I see where you're coming from, but from a practical point of view, it leans towards being able to be subdivided. Can you, do you still want to keep it rural? Can it be subdivided into 1 hectares and still keep it as rural?
Well, you'd need to apply for a resource consent, and it would not be, on the face of the current rules, it would be a non-complying activity. I guess the other thing to bear in mind is that just because it's zoned rural doesn't mean it can't be used for living on and for lifestyle purposes, because every title brings with it a right to put a house on it.
Yeah.
So that's where historically, where the minimum lot size has been less, people have created smaller parcels in the rural zone and enabled them to have a house built on them. Under the current rules, your title at 4 hectares is easily able to be sold for lifestyle tomorrow, but it just means that it has to be sold as 1 parcel, and only 1 person could build a house on
I've
it.
told people, you know, in 10 acres, not too much for me. I don't want that. I just want to have the all an acre.
Yep, well, that's why you've done the right thing
Yeah.
and put in a submission and said, well, because you're right, the next zone down that would enable smaller lots to be created of this is the rural lifestyle zone, where at a 4 hectare site, you'd technically be able to get 4 lots.
Yeah, you know.
And we've got to consider that with the pros and cons of creating effectively what the planners call a spot zone. You would actually get an entitlement that's different from all of your neighbours who would retain a rural zone because they haven't asked for a change in zone. So, and look, on the face of it, you know, we'll probably get out there and have a look and go, yeah, this would be a great place to live, but we've got to balance some of the other bigger questions about what's the best place to enable these zones to go for a whole lot of reasons. And it doesn't mean that your reasons for suggesting it are invalid. It just means we've got to balance it with a whole lot of other planning issues that face the whole district. But we will come out. I think we'd love to go out and have a look.
Yeah, you know, because I do know that there was actually discussion with the previous owner who owned the block in between the Kings and myself as to doing a loop road with lifestyle blocks through their property, you know, because how they're going to use the paper road. And taking the bottom corner, if we can actually zoom back in on the block that's in between. And doing a ring road for lifestyle properties, but keeping the lifestyles on the the southern side of that driveway that you can actually see on there.
Stephen, did you have any questions of Mrs. Whelan?
No questions. I've been listening, taking notes. So thank you, Mrs. Whelan, for coming in and talking to us, and we will come and have a look. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'd appreciate that. Yeah.
I didn't have anything else. I talked to you enough through it. Hopefully it wasn't the scary process you thought it was going to be. But, you know, you've done exactly the right thing, and you've given us scope legally to be able to do this. But as I say, we'll have to come out and have a think about it in the broader scheme of things.
How do we scope legally?
Well, if you hadn't put well, for us to be able to change the plan from what was notified,
Yeah.
someone needed to make a submission asking for it. So if you had made no submission, you wouldn't have a thing called scope. It's just a legal test. We can't just in the middle of a process go, oh, actually that whole area would look great as rural lifestyle and just do it. We couldn't do that. We could only do it if all of the landowners had got together and lodged submissions and said, zone the whole area rural lifestyle. At that point, we have the legal scope to do it. We have the, but what does I say? We have the legal scope to make your property a zone change, but in the absence of anyone else around you asking for the same thing, we've got no ability to change that.
So you're in the team, so to speak.
Okay. But had they, well, it's not a case of had they made a submission before, but like, say for instance now, 10 years ago, I did a subdivision, but I didn't come to the hearing. It still would have been the same, it's just that today I've verbalised it, not just put it in writing.
Well, I don't know what you did 10 years ago. If it was for a resource consent, then it would still potentially have been a hearing, but those are slightly different processes. A resource consent is when you go in and ask for something specifically about your site. And look, to be fair, you could still do that if you didn't get the zone you wanted, but it would just have to go through a process to be considered again. What you've made a submission on is the whole district plan, which is part of a 10-year review that the council has to do to update the plan for the whole district.
Yeah.
And so that, and you've done exactly the right thing by putting a submission.
Yeah. Well, that's what I did 10 years ago as well.
Oh,
I
as a
did.
submission.
Yeah, I
The plan.
did
Oh,
it
that
in
probably makes
writing, but I
sense.
didn't
Okay.
speak. Yeah. So it's all above my head. You know, so yeah. But
Well, it's
thank
good
you
to
very
come
much.
along this time.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Thank you
Excellent.
very much for your time.
No worries.
Thank you.
All right, we'll break now. When's Mr. Twigley and Mr. Thomas back? At about 1?
This is one.
Okay, we might.
Mr. Twigley's online, I'm not sure if he's listening in.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Maybe we'll give ourselves to 1:30. Is that all right? And we've definitely got Mr. Shard coming back and Mr. Bryant coming in?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chad and Mr. Hislop, supported by Mr. Hislop, which you have got.
Oh, yeah, okay. Shard and- okay. We've read their stuff, so that's good. We've been through Cowling, that's good, and Mr. Bryant. All right, so we'll adjourn till 1:30. Oh, sorry, Stephen. Yep.
Just by the way, this morning, we've had some further thoughts through from Wakakotahi about the industrial zone that Mr. Bryant will be talking about. So it's just coming
I haven't seen anything.
to my.
I've got copies here.
I haven't been checking my emails.
Hmm.
Okay, excellent. Okay, we'll make sure we have a look at that over lunchtime.
Yep.
Mr. Twigley's there. 1:30, Cam.
I think it might be on.
Yeah, that's fine with us.
Cool. Thanks, mate. We've got to wait for staff. I have to speak to the devil and he shall appear.
Hello.
No. I worked out, this is 187 Caroline Road. Can you put that up on the? Thomas. Oh, okay, that's good. Oh, yes, yeah, yeah. Are we recording again? Okay, welcome back. You, Twigley, and Mr. Thomas, I presume? Very good. Okay, well, we'll let you get on with it.
Commissioners. Yeah, so we're here today to present on behalf of Cowling Developments Limited. And I've got David Thomas here with me, who's a director of Cowling Developments. And he's got a statement that he's going to read through. Cool. And get to answer any questions. And my evidence has been pre-circulated, so I'll just produce a quick summary of that and also answer questions.
Excellent. All right. Go.
My full name is David Thomas. I'm the director of East Agriculture, East Horticulture, Cowling Landscape Supplies Limited, Cowling Developments Limited. Cowling Developments Limited is a business that will undertake future subdivision and development work on lot 2DP 20756, the land parcel that the submission relates to. Eastern Agriculture, Eastern Horticulture, established in 1985 and specialised in agricultural work, audit work along with groundwork, music, all those favourite sector, which often involves construction of farm race, stormwater drainage and the like. I provide this evidence in support of Cowling Developments Limited submission on the Plymouth District Council's proposed plan. The relief sought by Cowling Developments Limited submission includes rezoning the entire area of lot 2 DP 20756 to general residential zone. M. Twigley has filed planning evidence on behalf of Cowling Developments Limited. Current subdivision application. I've been working with Alan Doy, registered professional surveyor of McKinley Surveyors over the past 2 years to develop a 7-lot residential subdivision application of the part of the site that is currently zoned residential. This application is very close to being granted consent. As part of the subdivision application, Mr. Doy has considered how the rest of the land parcel might be developed with particular consideration to the future urban zone. A plan showing the subdivision concept is attached to Mr. Twigley's evidence. I've already had several approaches from people interested in purchasing a section despite the fact consent is yet to be granted. Due to the steep topography of the land, gaining access to some of the land that is currently zoned residential relies on creating an access point and road further up Cowling Road over land that is zoned future urban zone. As currently proposed, split zoning of the land parcel does not allow for an integrated and timely approach to the subdivision and development of the entire land parcel. I believe the current residential boundary in the land for its intended purpose. I'm a motivated land owner and land developer and wish to work with council to subdivide and develop the land parcel in a comprehensive and integrated way, provide quality urban design outcomes. This would include providing an esplanade reserve along the Waimea stream, to provide a link with the council's identified public access corridor and a road connection through the land parcel to the south to provide a future connection to Frankie Road to allow for development of future urban zone land to the east. Mr. Doy has provided advice to me on how the land parcel could be serviced so as not to compromise the ability of other future urban zone land to be developed. And I'm happy to provide for infrastructure in this manner as part of any future subdivision consent process. This infrastructure provision is detailed in Mr. Twigley's evidence. In 2021, I engaged with Mr. Keith Minukona of Nahamahani Tarihapu, and he undertook a site walkover. Mr. Minukona has reviewed our subdivision application and our rezoning request and has advised that the Hapu have no objections. I've attached his email correspondence to my statement. I'm aware that approximately 6 hectares of land located east of Cowling Road that council have identified as future urban zone cannot be developed for urban development. This land is in the ownership of Her Majesty the Queen and is identified as recreation reserve. My understanding is the current elderly occupier has a lease of the land until such time as she dies or 2040, whichever comes sooner. The land will then be administered by the Crown for recreation reserve purposes. I've attached some maps to my statement which identify these land parcels. In contrast, my land does not have any such restrictions, and should the entire parcel be rezoned to residential, then a residential subdivision could be brought to market in a timely manner. For the reasons set out in this evidence, I consider that the relief sought by Cowling Developments Limited in its submission and is further supported by Mr. Twigley should be granted. Dated this day 14th January 2022.
Okay, just take us through your attachments there, that'd be helpful. So, oh, okay, you now that, so this is, even though it's got Cam Twigley at the top, you've printed just off a copy of the email, so the email was between Mr. Thomas and Mr. Manikonga. So that's just the whole email trail, is that right? Okay, so all the way back. Okay. See, and then like the last page. Yeah, just explain this to me, this issue of this reserve and the lease and stuff. I found that quite interesting. It's your last page there. Yeah.
How do you know more about it than I do?
I do. Have you done that?
Yeah, so to the east of Cowling. Oh, so it's quite a bit further down.
Yeah, it adjoins Franklin Road. But it's part of that future urban zone.
So is it the area bounded in the blue?
Yeah, correct. Yep. There's actually
2 lots. Is it?
Yeah, there's actually 4 land parcels that are subject to that lease arrangement, but only 2 of them are within the future urban zone.
So can we see those on the screen, those 2?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's it. So you've got all of that land to the south that you can see the bush. That's all part of it as well, but that's outside the future urban zone. If you've got that, you can put that overlay on. Reduce the transparency. So I guess the point is that land's been identified as future urban zone, to provide for future development, but it's not actually going to be available for that.
So what other information have we got to confirm that?
I have got a copy of the lease if you want to have a look at it. So pretty detailed.
Okay, so Crown.
Owned by the Crown.
Owned by the Crown, and it's leased to.
Yeah, it's a recreation reserve.
And yet it's leased.
But it was gifted by a family some time ago with the condition that their daughter, I think it is, could continue to lease the land until such time as she passed, or 2040, whichever came first.
Oh, okay. So,
and then at that point, it would go into the administration of Crown or DOC.
As a recreation reserve. So it must have been historically gifted by the original owner, subject to a right, a life, what do they call it? And what do you know of the current, what do you suspect is the timing then of that lease expiry?
Do you know of the lady that has the lease and her age? And
Yes, she's an elderly. Okay. In her 70s. But until either she dies, or 2040, whichever comes sooner. So, theoretically, it could be 2040. I mean, people are living up to 90s, 100 now. So, okay, and probably not within the time frame when that future urban zone would potentially be contemplated to be structure planned anyway. So, okay. Well, that's helpful. It's an interesting wrinkle in growth planning to some extent, isn't it?
yeah, it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I just ask?
Yeah, go. Yeah.
Cam, is that a classic recreation reserve classification under the Reserves Act? But it would be administered by DOC rather than the local council.
I believe so.
And when did that happen?
Yeah, when was the lease grant?
Just in relation to the notification of the plan, I'm interested to know.
Yeah, the deed of gift is dated 1986.
Oh, wow. So we were 1986. Who was the?
And the classification, when was it gazetted as recreation reserve?
It may not have been yet.
Oh, yeah.
Because if they'd gazetted it, then it would have been inconsistent for someone to live on it. So they may have.
Yeah, could be right there.
May have just vested it in the Crown,
Yes.
and it will be gazetted as a recreation reserve under the lease.
Which would suggest that there's no reserves management plan.
No.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's a proposed reserve once that situation, future situation. Yeah. No, I can provide you a copy of that if you're
Okay.
interested.
Was that information easily discovered?
How did you find that?
Yeah, it was a document that was registered on the title.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it would have been preserving. When I click on the, Christine, can you just click to show the property boundaries there? You go click. It's actually a much more complex title arrangement, isn't it?
Yeah, and that arrangement, that lease relates to all of that. I see there.
So there's even a little portion, 468 Frankley Road, goes right driveway right through the middle of it, and there's a little lifestyle property right down in the base there.
So that's where she lives, as far as I understand it, and I think that's the exception, is that little one in the middle that is actually owned by her. It's not owned by the Crown.
Okay.
So her lease is over all of the land that surrounds it.
Yeah, okay, but that portion in the middle of the house on it, that will still remain rural land available for, oh no, it's actually still within the future urban zone, isn't it?
I don't think, yes it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Let's bring the zoning up again.
Yeah, it is urban.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. But the surrounding portion is proposed to be part rural, part future urban. Okay. Oh, it's an interesting situation, isn't it? Yeah. Got nothing to do with your land, sorry, Mr. Thomas. We'll get to you in a minute. No, very interesting. Okay. But I guess your point there is that, assuming that to be the case, then it's unlikely that you'll get any roading connections through to Frankley Road through it, unless you can persuade the minister.
Yeah, or any yield out of that land.
Yeah.
That's a part of the future.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Now, did you have any questions of Mr. Thomas?
Thomas, just interested in the scheme plan that's attached to Mr. Quigley's evidence. Just take me through this. You said that lots 1 to 7 are close to being completed in terms of consenting.
Yes, we've applied for consent for the sections. That the council got back to us. We had to work through Red Jacket. Red Jacket have done an engineer's report on the road, the roading and everything about it.
Yes.
I think application to it, which Red Jacket have answered, and it's been submitted back to the council.
The application is still being processed by the council. They're yet to issue their decision. And then you'll make application for 224, subject to any works that are required under 223 being approved and signed off.
Yeah, I understand it.
Yes, okay. So, okay.
When you say close to, is that, and you say it as well, Cam, is that based on the fact that thus far no one from council has shooken their head and gone tisk, 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 you shouldn't be doing this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not personally involved in the application, but my understanding is there was a section 92 request which related to engineering matters. And yeah, as David said, Red Jacket have come back with a full engineering report and wrote up grade plans, and that's gone back to council.
Okay. To ask an obvious follow-up question, that's the area that's shaded yellow. It's in the residential zone. It's the left hand. It's the western portion of that part where the V comes down.
Well, actually, it's slightly, it goes outside the residential zone, doesn't it?
Yes,
That's the red line. You see the red line?
One section.
These are my lines.
Oh, yeah, that red line there seems to be where the current. So it's been lodged under the operative plan, which presumably has the yellow as general res still, and the balance is rural.
Residential A.
Residential A with the small, so lot 7 effectively is partly in the res A and partly rural.
Yes.
Okay, so that means it was theoretically non-complying because you're in the rural zone. Okay, whereas the current proposal is to turn the balance into future urban. Okay, and the others.
Yeah.
Right. No, that makes sense. Okay. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I guess the tail wag the dog there in terms of the activity status, the rural, making it the whole activity non-compliant.
Yeah, that's right.
But effectively, what's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 would have been a controlled activity or restricted discretionary under the operative plan.
Yep.
And so, Mr. Thomas, what's your intention with the land to the east? Yeah, the balance lot. There's some indicative parcel boundaries shown on the left-hand side of that diagram.
Through.
The land adjacent to lots 3, 4, 6, and 7. You know, where it drops away.
Yes, well, it drops a hill there and that goes out onto a flat at the bottom.
Okay.
But because of where the boundaries are, it's difficult. We can't get a road down there without coming further back up Cowling Road.
Yeah, that would be, when he says up Cowling Road, that's down on the page.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that's-
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
How far?
Well, that's it here, I think.
It is that position where the lot 8 is.
So you'd have to come all the way back in, go in and then right away, even to get access to the top section. Yeah, okay.
And the indicative boundaries of those lots adjacent to 1 to 6 or 1 to 7, they look like the larger allotments. Is that the intention?
Well, that would be indicative. They haven't actually been, like the actual sections.
There is some sizes on the, yeah, those sizes there.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were meaning the section.
Oh,
down the
ones
bottom.
to the east.
No, the ones immediately to the east of lots 1 to 7.
Which would be these.
Yeah, so they're larger lot.
Yeah.
Sort of, residential.
And is it a reflection of the topography, is it?
Yeah.
Again, that's inside the yellow, with the exception of, yeah. 1, 2, 3, the fourth lot is split by the zone, isn't it? Coming down.
So you can only really exploit that residential potential by coming back in through what is the future urban and coming back down effectively. Yeah.
That was all I had from Mr. Thomas.
Yeah. Yeah. No, do you have anything, Mr. Thomas? We're going to talk to Cam next.
Yes, I do. Mr. Thomas, can you go to your paragraph 13, where you talk about the discussions with Mr. Manukonga. And you say there that on behalf of Ngā Mahanga Atari Hapu, he has reviewed your subdivision application and your rezoning request, has advised that the Hapu have no objections. Yeah. That's what you've written, isn't it?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear all, sorry.
Okay. Your paragraph 13, do you have that there?
Yes,
And have you, you've said that Mr. Manukonga on behalf of Ngā Mahanga Atari has provided his written approval or say they've got no objections to both 7-lot subdivision and your rezoning request. Is that, you can see that there?
yes,
And then you've attached an email, of course, haven't you?
that's right, yes.
Can we just go to that email correspondence, which is attached to your evidence? Can you read the last sentence of Keith's email to you?
The last sentence.
Yes.
Therefore, it says, therefore, we have no objection to the lot 7, to the 7-lot subdivision or the rezoning extension.
Okay. I just wanted to check that you had sent him the same plans that we're seeing in terms of Mr. McKinlay's plans attached to Cam's evidence. He's seen that?
Absolutely, absolutely. They were the ones that Keith got sent, these ones.
Okay.
Exactly what we've got here.
Yeah.
Exactly, no, definitely.
Yeah, I was trying to correlate the Tapu area across Cowling Road leading down, including the gully. So are you inferring that that's outside of your land?
Yes, absolutely. It's actually on the other side of the road, as I would put it, further up the road.
Okay. Yeah.
On the other side of the road to this, yes.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. That's all I have. Thanks, Kit.
Okay. Ken, do you want to take us through your evidence?
Yeah, sure. I think we've probably jumped onto some of the discussion that I wanted to have, but so see where we get to. Yeah, I guess just to summarize, my evidence is really as I see it, the residential boundary as proposed is simply a rollover of the residential boundary that was established under the Plan Change 25 back in 2011. And I wasn't part of that, so I don't have all the history in that, but to me, it's not a practical boundary. And I think you had some questions earlier, some of the submitters around, split zoning across a parcel and the complexities of that. And I think the subdivision that Mr. Thomas has done, the residential one that he's got in at the council, is a classic example of some of those complexities, because really that subdivision is a residential subdivision primarily within a residential zone, yet it's ended up non-complying, and he's had to go through the hoops really to try and get a consent for what should in theory be quite a simple, you would think, subdividing residential sections in a residential zone.
But is that because he's drawn lot 7 to straddle that zone boundary? What if it what if it didn't include lot 7 and it was solely within the residentially zoned portion of the site? Do you say it would still have triggered a rural subdivision oversight?
No, I mean, that's part of it, I guess, is the topography there, and that's the reason that lot 7 is, you know, a practical boundary for lot 7 extends over that residential boundary. But probably more importantly is that the bottom half of that residential component can't be developed. So essentially you've got residential zoned land that's locked up and can't be developed without coming back up the road and putting all this significant infrastructure in for the return of, you know, 4 or 5 residential sections, which doesn't stack up.
Well, I mean, I agree, it doesn't stack up from a financial point of view, but from a planning point of view, you will effectively, if the subdivision's approved, you'll be left with the balance lot, which will have a small portion at the top with a residential zone, and the balance will be future urban. So if you were to then want to create out of that residential balance lot 3 or 4 more sections, you know, respecting that zoning, and the only way you could do that was to bring a road through the future urban zone, then that would, what would the status of that road be as a construction project in the future urban zone? Have you thought about that?
I haven't gone that far with it, but
well, I mean, that is a little bit of a side issue, because what you're saying is that it's just not feasible if the yield is only 4 lots up there. I guess the interesting question, and it's what I was alluding to before with that property out in Egmont Village, is that you will have, you'll then have the balance lot will have a split zone with res future urban. Which subdivision rules apply in the context in that sort of situation? And I guess that's the interesting, well, maybe not interesting for anyone else in the room, but it's certainly a complexity that we've got to sort of think about, because we do have a number of these situations with a split zone. Do you take the overall activity status from the worst case subdivision rule or the best case subdivision rule? Anyway, that's a bit of an academic question I've got to get my head into. So, okay. I interrupted you, but you're used to that by now.
Shall I keep going?
Yeah, absolutely. Nemesis. What am I going to say?
So I guess the point I was making there is that, you know, for what in theory should have been a simple exercise, has had a lot more complexity because of the split zone. Where was I going from there?
Maybe go straight into paragraph 30, where you talk about addressing the matters that were raised in the 42A report, and talk us through servicing. And I think the big issue here is ensuring that whole future urban zone is not compromised for a comprehensive sort of structure plan concept in the future by essentially letting a side of it go early. I think that's really one of the big issues we've got to get our heads around. Does it compromise what can happen on the rest of that urban zone?
Yep, sure. Yes, I mean, that's what I've, from paragraph 29 onwards, that's what I've turned my attention to, is if it was rezoned, what would that future process look like, and how would it tie in or not with the future urban zone? So because that subdivision would require a new road, it would become a discretionary activity subdivision under rule sub R9 as currently proposed. So of course, with a discretionary activity, you know, all actual and potential effects can be considered. And you know, I would expect that all of those issues that have been brought up in the section 42A report, you know, would have to be addressed. So that's including all your 3 waters, roading infrastructure, the national grid infrastructure that runs through. So you obviously have to respect that corridor, connectivity to the those public access corridors. And also, yeah, the big one would be how does a development fit in with that future urban zone, and does it compromise the ability of that land to be developed in the future? And so, yeah, Alan Doy, who's surveyor, experienced surveyor within land surveyors, he's been working for Mr. Thomas, and as part of that that residential subdivision that's in at the moment, I believe he was asked to demonstrate, how does the balance of the land, how could that be developed? So we're not going ahead and making a decision on this residential subdivision and somehow jeopardising, future urban zoned land. So he's put a bit of work into looking at roading connections, infrastructure provision for full development of that land parcel.
That sort of,
Yeah,
that's what this plan is.
yeah, that's exactly it. So I've sort of relied on his advice there, because he's been working on this for a couple of years, and around how a future development of that land would be serviced or could be serviced. And there's quite a few different options, but essentially the bigger plan for this wider growth area is to extend the Waimea sewer extension. So it comes from sort of over at Franklin Road, and it would come through Franklin School, sort of along the stream and up and across to the Cowling Road area. I don't believe that there's any detailed plans for that sewer extension yet, but there is a practical route through there. There's council-owned land in the dip. You can actually see it there. It's that land on the map that's got the blue outline around it, where the public access corridor is shown. So the sewer would come from the east through that land and over through that growth area up the Waimea stream. So that would be the most logical route for a sewer extension.
So that's a designated site.
It's owned by the council, the land.
Yeah, rooming is designated.
Is that okay? Yeah.
Designated as pump station or what?
I'm not entirely sure.
It's about a block. Took on the street.
But that project is some time away.
Yeah.
And I mean, BTW is involved in a number of subdivisions around this area, and what's currently happening is developers are providing pump stations to pump that sewage up to the mains, the sewer mains, and that pumping or pump station infrastructure is being paid for by the developers and then invested in council as a short-term asset to provide for that the infrastructure for those new residential sections for an interim period until such time as that sewer is extended. So that's what Alan has looked at, that same type of scenario for this land in question as an option. And that's only for those lower sections on the land that obviously aren't along the roadside and would require to pump up to Cowling Road for the sewage. But I haven't been involved in the development of this scheme plan, if you like, but when I look at it, another option would be, if you can see that wedge or that polygon or whatever you want to call it to the south of number 8 on the plan. So that area of land there is really the prime development land on this land parcel. It's the flat land adjacent to the road, and you can see by the underlying contours that that's the case.
Not a lot of red lines, orange lines.
Yeah, and you could probably get, I don't know, looking at it, you might get 10 or 15 sections in there if it will take a few. The land to the east of that, adjoining that green strip along the stream, is, you can see the contour through there. It's very steep and sloping down to the stream. To me, that would be a sort of obvious area to provide some stormwater infrastructure, like ponds, and you could plant some of the areas out around that and, you know, enhance it. And then you wouldn't, for that area of land, you would be looking at sections down there that you'd have to pump your sewage up to the road, because that flat area to the south of the number 8 could hook into a sewer extension that came up Cowling Road, so you wouldn't need any pump stations for those sections, provided that sewer extension could accommodate that, which there need to be some work done on that, according to Mr. Doyle. And, you know, possibly the same goes for those lower sections that are zoned residential at the moment. You know, that might be, you know, potentially do something similar there. Stay out of that area and do some enhancement work, or use it for some sort of infrastructure. But that's just my personal professional thoughts on it without being involved at all in the development of this. I guess the only other point I wanted to make was just touch on that that information that's come to light about that land that we were talking about earlier, that's in the ownership of the Crown. And when I look at the legal documentation around it, it doesn't appear to be available for urban development in the future. So that pulls out around about 6 hectares out of that future urban zone, and the land that, if this rezoning submission was granted, that would add in about the same amount. So in terms of doing an exercise around forecasting growth and that future urban zone potential to provide for that growth, it balances out really.
So what you're saying is if we gave an operative residential zoning to this parcel, it enables the development that's potentially lost from that future urban zone.
Yeah, and that's a rough.
Yeah.
I haven't done any calculations around that, you know, in terms of what the yield on one parcel versus the other is, but the land areas are approximately the same. And the topography right through that area is challenging.
Yeah.
It's up and down right through there.
Yeah, we've heard the topography in that area is challenging a lot over the last few days. Seems to be a Taranaki feature. I mean, just looking at that Crown-owned recreation reserve, I mean, parks are part of an urban environment, aren't they? So it could potentially lend itself to a local park. Yeah, I mean, the minister could also change the classification potentially, although I think recreation reserves probably the most forgiving for active public use under the Reserves Act. So,
yeah, I mean, I hadn't read through this entire document. It's 19 pages, but you know, there could be something in there else that I haven't seen. That
no, if it
was scenic reserve, I think, you know,
we might, yeah, that would, yeah, be different. But could potentially have other community uses on it. I think recreation reserve, you can, you know, you can have even, I think you can have some halls on it, community purpose. Anyway, look, that's something a long way out of our compass. So
yeah, I mean, it was
it's useful for you to pick that up.
Yeah, it was just something that came up or came to my attention after I wrote my evidence, and I thought it was relevant to throw into the mix.
So you're essentially saying that allowing this land now to go to residential is not going to compromise any potential utility connectivity for the block, the whole future urban block. In fact, it could potentially start the ball rolling in terms of infrastructure provision to service the rest of the block.
Very much so, particularly in terms of that roading link, which is
Yeah, I mean,
critical.
the roading one is potentially the most interesting to some extent, because getting all the way over there to Franklin Road is probably quite advantageous, isn't it, in terms of connectivity through the area?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one point I didn't add was that Mr. Thomas owns that land parcel to the south, that connector road would sort of snake through.
Identify that on the map so everyone can see.
Yeah, so it's that, where it says amalgamation condition, it's that parcel there. Okay, you can see that where it says connectivity to Franklin Road. And there's an amalgamation condition on that scheme plan, amalgamating.
So, approach the beach. Can you just zoom it out a little bit? Out. You get us a bigger scale. So keep going. And follow my pen with the mouse so that Stephen can.
Yeah, 1 minute, sorry.
Sorry, I'm in the way. With the that's good. Yeah. So, waiting for it to catch up. That's it.
Yep.
So this is Franklin Road down here, isn't it?
Yep.
So your proposed road would come in here and then presumably snake over to here?
Yeah, I think
South of this block? Is this a forestry block, is it?
that's right, yeah.
It's been taken, forestry's been taken out.
Oh, yeah, no trees anymore?
No, they're gone.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think there's a lower lying area through there with, you know, less challenging topography, so it's sort of a natural pathway through that future urban zone.
You'd need some sort of bridge over the stream, or would you culvert it? It's quite a big one though, isn't it? It's
It's not I wouldn't say it's a big stream, but yeah, would require something reasonably significant.
okay, because you're sort of your surveyor sort of stops short of showing what happens beyond there. doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And obviously that would rely on cooperation with other landowners and discussions with council.
The on that plan, the green edge to the stream, is that because it's a water body that otherwise requires an esplanade to be set aside from? Or
Yeah, so that's shown as an esplanade reserve that will be part of that subdivision consent that is hopefully granted soon.
Oh, okay, that's part of the current proposal, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so, council have obviously identified that public access corridor along the Waimea stream, and there's actually already a bridge.
Can we clarify that? As part of the current 7-lot subdivision proposal, are you saying that is that a 20-metre esplanade reserve on either side?
Yeah, it is.
And are you saying it goes right down to the amalgamation allotment?
Yes.
So it's over the balance allotment.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Appreciate that.
And there's a bridge, there's a council water main that goes across a bridge, just near the top of the north end of that green strip on the scheme plan. I think you can just see that sort of easement going across.
Okay, but the proposed esplanade reserve only goes to the boundary of the amalgamation condition block, doesn't go into the balance of it, so it sort of stops short. So David, it sort of would stop at the boundary here.
That's right. It went down.
Yeah, so that will issue, there will be a reserve vested, and then there'll be a balanced lot, which is everything other than those 7 lots. What about the parcel on the other side? Will that be held together in a?
Lot 9, if that's what you're referring to, is amalgamated with that lot to the south.
Yes. Okay. So that'll end up as part of that lot.
And 8 and 10.
10 is the Esplanade Reserve
Oh,
itself.
sorry.
Yeah,
Reserve.
Yes.
and 8 is the balance lot.
Oh, okay. Eight becomes the balance lot, which is the parcel which would have a bit of residential at the top and then the, okay.
Yeah.
10 is the green strip.
Yeah,
Ah,
there's a
okay.
little
Yes.
arrow there
10
that,
is the green
So
strip.
take the entirety.
Yeah, 8 will be everything left over. other
Which
than-
is, sorry, Stephen.
yeah, it's not that clear on that.
Yeah, so everything to the left of the green strip, below the, and to the west of the 7 lots, and to the south of the 7 lots is lot 8. And everything to the east of the green lot is lot 9.
Yeah, which is amalgamated with a parcel to the south.
Okay, understood.
I mean, like, that corridor, the stream corridor, to some extent, does provide a bit of a natural point at which there's only so much you can do on the west side of it.
Yeah.
So it does have a sort of a logical disconnection from the rest of the future urban zone land to the extent of integrated planning. But I guess the question that remains is if we did that, what are the provisions in the plan which would effectively require Mr. Thomas or his successor in title to actually make provision for that future road connection in the course of developing lot 8, for example? Apart from him generously providing for that in his resource consent application, or the council asking the question, how is this going to enable development beyond or an access beyond? Did you get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, no, totally.
Yeah.
I think I don't know that there would be any hooks in terms of rules and things like that. You'd be more relying on objectives and policies around future urban zones. But looking at it, because Mr. Thomas owns the parcel to the south, it would seem logical that he'd want to make sure that road connection, that he did provide that road connection and that future connectivity to his lot would be in his best interest to do that, wouldn't it? Rather than just shutting it off and then, and with it being discretionary activity, it's council have got some power there
Yeah, I
to
suppose so.
to make sure that happens.
I mean, let's say that to general residential subdivision consent goes in, and you'd effectively then show and form a road down to the boundary of the amalgamation lot. And so it would sort of stop there and wait for the rest of the future urban zone land to catch up.
Yeah, and that's very common. That happens all the time.
So in that sense, given that we are getting more and more accustomed to these split zonings, do you see any downside then in that balance amalgamated lot with the balance of 1.847 hectares remaining as all future urban and just effectively rezoning lot 8 as residential in the short term, knowing that it's going to have that natural reserve boundary along the stream?
No, because I can't see that you'd be relying on that land within lot 9 in any way to develop the bit on the west side.
Yeah.
If you're relying on that for some sort of infrastructure or, whether it be stormwater or whatever, then possibly not. But in this case, I can't see that you would be. So.
Potentially lends itself to being planned for development in the context of the wider FUZ block, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that the comment that you made before about what the Esplanade Reserve creates quite a defined boundary to that between the residential and future urban, sort of enhances that boundary. We've obviously got stream at the moment, but with a 20-metre wide reserve on either side, it becomes something.
I sort of interrogated and this has gone along, so.
That's fine. Just quickly, most of my questions have been answered. I identified 4 or 5 reasons in the 42A report opposing the rezoning. Just the absolute numbers. We've got enough already, sort of thing. I'm going to go through these one at a time, even though we're perhaps going over ground. But any comment on that in terms of the yield that would come from this development, particularly in light of the answer you just gave to the chair regarding possibly excluding lot 9?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to argue with council forecasts, I'm not in a position to do that. But what I would say is that it's not, the rezoning it isn't a huge rezoning, we're not talking about rezoning some land that would skew these figures massively, there's only a few sections there, and if you take lot 9 out as well, that's
Of the cut, you said 10 to 15 lots on that flat land south of the proposed road.
Yeah.
I think that's what I heard you say. Yeah. Lots to the north of that, up to the 7 lot.
Yeah, so Alan Doy's shown those as large lot residential because of the contour, it's just not practical to, so, there's only a few along there as well. And then if you
25, 27?
something like that.
If you took lot 9 out of the picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other comment I guess I'd make is my experience is when council, do these exercises to say here's some land that would like to set aside for future urban zoning. There's only a limited amount of work that goes into identifying that land, and it's not until you start digging into it, like looking at titles that may have lease agreements and things on them, like we have come across just recently, and looking at the infrastructure provision that you lose some of that land just natural attrition. So yeah, when you weigh all those things up, I don't think that rezoning this land would have a massive impact on future urban planning.
Okay. Second issue is one of reverse sensitivity, and particularly in relation to West Town Agricultural, creating some amenity considerations for residential development there. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, I didn't comment on that issue in my evidence, but what I would say is that that business is legally established.
Yes.
I think it would be difficult to argue that vehicles associated with a legally established business driving on a public road created reverse sensitivity issues for a future rezoning. Yeah, Mr. Thomas pays all his taxes, for his vehicle fleet, which go into upgrading these roads and keeping them maintained.
Yes. Where is that site? The 42A, Mr. Finley, it said that since the plan change was made operative, the business has moved further up Kelling Road, 300 metres to the south of the zone.
Yeah, that's
Is that 300 metres to the south of the residential zone, or 300 metres to the south of the future urban zone?
good question. Sure. Who wrote that? Was that the?
I was told.
Todd Whittaker wrote that. Yeah. So what's the business we're talking about?
It's West Town Agricultural.
Yeah, so that's Mr. Thomas, one of
Yeah,
Mr. Thomas's
Is that
businesses.
a rural contractor, or do you? Yes. Okay. So that I can see that it's right on the corner. Sort of where Cowling Road stops almost. Is that right?
Yes, up towards the end of the road, that's right, on that intersection.
No, much.
Pass around.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, it's a bit
Yeah,
further.
it's actually just on the seaside, on the town side
Yeah.
of Rotopipi Road.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, got it. Yep.
There's the.
So is it this development just on the edge of the plan here?
Actually,
No, it's further
further
south.
further back, if you just keep going up a little bit.
I'd say the other way. While we're looking at that, I mean, what can you tell me about the business, Thomas?
It's we do mainly work for the farmers.
Is it a depot?
Yeah, it's a depot, yes.
And so you store trucks over
Yeah,
and tractors, yes.
Is there, what sort of work is undertaken on the depot itself? Is there any industrial machinery used?
Very little, it's just a, we actually got consent, there's a workshop there sort of set well back from the road, it's actually, can hardly see it from the road actually. And there's not much works on the site itself, it's more just
Storage equipment, maybe a bit of
That's right.
mechanical work, maintenance.
yes, which
Yeah.
is all in the site.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on quickly, Mr. Twigley. Third aspect was no structure planning, and we've heard there were two aspects to that. No structure planning for this part of the future urban zone, but also no structure planning for the entirety. What I'm hearing from you, I think, is that this subdivision plan is going some way, at least, to addressing the structure planning for this part of the future urban zone. And that the green wedge could become an area or a boundary that could ring fence this part of the future urban zone for upzoning. That would, yes. And then in terms of structure planning for the remainder of the future urban zone, presumably you're relying on that road connection through to Franklin and beyond. And then finally, there was the infrastructure constraints, and you provided some information from the surveyor on that, the engineer.
Yes, Mr. Boyd.
Mr. Boyd, yes. Okay. So effectively, the submission is seeking to upzone really lots 9 and 10, but what we've heard today is you might be more comfortable, sorry, not 9 and 8, sorry. You're more comfortable with lot 8 anyway, at least.
Yes, yeah.
So what's the alternative? The alternative if the submission's declined in terms of timeframes, etc. That what sort of advice would you be giving your client in that respect?
Well, I guess two options. One is to sit and wait and hope that it does get rezoned residential in the future, because obviously there's no guarantee that it will happen.
And what would you see that process being?
Um,
Council initiation, or
yeah.
would it be a private initiation?
I mean, yeah, there's two options there, but yeah, it would probably be to see where the council process moves on this and timing, and trying to understand how far away it might be. And then the other option is to submit a consent application, which yeah, I guess would have some challenges. Wouldn't be impossible, but with it being a future urban zone, and there's some pretty tight subdivision restrictions around subdividing in the future urban zone. That would be non-conforming, sure.
Just finally, I noticed there's been two further submissions in opposition to the zoning, one from Edwards and one from Koyingaora. You haven't commented on those in your?
Yeah, I acknowledged that I'd read those and addressed the issues that have been raised. The Koyingaora one didn't have any detail.
I've got the Edwards one in front of me. It provides quite a bit of detail.
Yeah, and you sort of went through those issues, I think.
Yes.
So I'm pretty sure I've dealt with all of those. Okay. And then the Transpower one was just to respect the corridor there, which
The National Grid.
yeah, and you can see Mr. Doyle's done that on that scheme plan, provided those larger lots so that you know any housing could have an appropriate setback from the corridor.
Okay, thank you. Stephen, do you have any questions of Mr. Twigley?
Yes, I was interested, Cam, whether we have 5 or 6 structure plan development areas for release of or development of short to medium term residential growth under the plan. Was this ever discussed with Mr. Thomas or yourself as a potential area for that?
No, I guess my involvement was after the submission was made. So yeah, I've only been working with within the scope of the submission, the original submission. So
yeah, if you could turn back the clock, perhaps you'd have some earlier discussions with council around structure plans,
Mm.
with the hope to get it embedded in the notified version of the plan.
Yes, that hasn't happened. So we've got, that is an intermediate position though, between future urban and full residential, isn't it?
Sorry, can you repeat that question, Stephen?
So that those structure plan development areas are an intermediate position between straight residential and urban.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, a more advanced
Yeah.
position. I guess. Yeah.
I'm getting a bit of feedback here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. The future indicative connecting road, it looks like it dives down quite slightly to the stream valley from about where the number 8 is on the McKinley plan. Is that a and lots of tight contours there? Is that really realistic? Mr. Thomas will probably know, being a contractor.
Yes, I mean, there definitely would be some earthworks required, but it sort of works with the slope and would come across the slope.
Mm. Okay, so that's everything.
But yeah, that's quite common for it's going to be common for this future urban zone, given the topography through here.
Mm.
Unfortunately, New Plymouth doesn't have too many options to grow, where there's flat land, apart from Bell Block area.
No. Look, and perhaps one last, I don't think I've fully got your position about the future Crown land perhaps not being available in the future urban zone. I can't sort of see the nexus about this land going to residential somehow offsetting that not being available. So can you just explain that a bit more to me? I just haven't got the point you're trying to make there, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably a question for the council officers too, but my opinion is that the council haven't been aware of the status of that land when they've identified it for future urban development. They'll be able to answer that, but they've purposely drawn the boundary to include those two land parcels, which from what I can see will never be available for future urban development. That was the point I was trying.
That was a point. But we've certainly heard evidence from Kaingaora and from the staff that there seems to be lots and lots of future urban zone land set aside for the long term, and maybe too much so in hearings last week. So yeah, I'm not convinced that that position on that land is really that relevant for our decision making about whether your client's land in the fuzz needs or could come into the actual residential zone. So that's
yeah. I wasn't relying heavily on that point, but I just thought it was worth, when it came to my attention, I thought it was worth mentioning if we got into discussions around, hey, there's enough land identified for future growth. The point is that some of that land can't be developed. So, and in this case, we were trying to bring forward an additional 6 or 7 hectares, but we'd come across 6 or 7 hectares in the future urban zone that probably can't be developed. So it was just making that connection between the two.
Okay. Look, the last thing, it's not a question for you, Cam, but maybe for the staff. I don't see Mr. Edwards down to talk to us about his further submission. Is that the position?
I believe so, yes.
So he's just put a submission in. Is that a personal submission, or is that for a client? Are you aware of that?
I believe it's a personal submission.
Okay. Is he a neighbour? Does anyone know?
Yes. Yeah, they are. They live up
Kelly Road, I think, towards the top.
Mr. Edwards lives on Calling Road above the site.
Number 213,
Okay,
Stephen.
so can we find where that is? Just where the, okay. Just where the cursor is there.
Yeah, just on the edge of the future urban.
Okay, great, thanks for that.
Right on, down by the depot.
Right up the road.
Yeah, down by the
Down
depot.
Yeah, on the edge of the future urban zone, right down the bottom.
Keep going.
Keep going. Yeah, just see it on the edge of that. Yeah, see
Got
that
that
line.
black, no, just
Right on the edge.
right on the edge of the black and white line. Yeah, right there, that's the house there.
Okay, right. Thanks for that clarification.
Scroll up to the left-hand side. You just scroll up to the left-hand side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. That's everything I have. Kit?
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, the issue about that future urban zone and the Crown land is, I mean, as you know, the plan puts the future urban zone in dealing with long-term growth, and live zonings and the development areas are sort of the short and medium term. So in a way, you're saying that you might have lost a little bit in the long-term ledger, but you've made up for it in the short-term ledger. So I can see there's some vague connection, but I think I see what you mean. The other thing I just wanted to point out is I think I found an answer to the question in the about future roading patterns. If the land were residential and it complied with the subdivision effects standards, then one of the proposed matters of control is the subdivision layout and accessibility from and connections to surrounding neighbourhoods. So there's a trigger already proposed in the subdivision rules that might compel that sort of outcome anyway. So
It would make sense that
yeah. But no, I didn't have any additional questions. Thanks for coming along and setting all that out to us. It's yeah, every one of these zoning propositions looks so simple when you read the evidence, and then you get into it and you realise there's a whole lot of complexity. So I appreciate you coming along and explaining it for us. That's good. Thanks, Kim. Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you very much. Sure you don't want to read this lease agreement?
19 pages. I fall asleep.
It might be useful to have an update on the resource consent though during the course of proceedings.
If it was written by my colleagues in 1986, I imagine it's got language that is still a little bit arcane, but there you go.
You're right.
Thank you, Mr. Triggs. Mr. Shard and Mr. Hislop. Greetings. Last time we saw you, it was on a screen. Was that right? Did you find your evidence, Mr. Right. Kanakwe, welcome. Sat there patiently and listened to us. So now it's our turn to listen to you.
I'm Graham Chad, the chair of the Kaitiki Community Board, along with Doug Hislop, the immediate past chair of our board. And we're here today speaking on behalf of the entire community board and of the community that our board represents. The proposed New Plymouth District Plan proposes that a future urban zone be applied to the land south of Oakura, identified as Oakura South on proposed planning maps